잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, starting from 10 o'clock, we will begin the 2023 JRTI International Conference. I would like to kindly ask the participants to step inside and take your seats.
Gentlemen, the 2023 JRTI International Conference will begin at 10 o'clock shortly. All participants, please enter into the conference room and take your seats. Thank you. 행사의 원활한 진행을 위해 소지하고 계신 휴대전화는 무음이나 진동으로 전환해 주시기 바랍니다. In order to minimize interruptions, I would like to remind you to turn off your mobile phones or put them on a silent mode. 이번 컨퍼런스에서는 참석해 주신 여러분들의 편의를 위해 한국어와 영어, 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 필요하신 분들은 행사장 입구에 있는 리시버를 이용해 주시기 바랍니다. 한국어는 채널 1번, 영어는 채널 2번입니다. 감사합니다. Simultaneous interpretation will be provided during the sessions. So please take your receivers and select the language of your choice. Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English. Thank you. 오늘 행사는 사법연수원 유튜브 채널로도 실시간 중계됩니다. The conference is broadcasted live on YouTube JRTI channel. 지금 대법원장 권한대행님과 사법연수원장님을 비롯한 내외빈들께서 입장하고 계십니다. 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. 행사의 원활한 진행을 위해
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to kindly ask you all to silence your mobile phones.
interruptions, I would like to remind you to turn off your mobile phones or put them on a silent mode. 이번 컨퍼런스에서는 참석해 주신 여러분들의 편의
Throughout the conference, simultaneous interpretation will be provided. Interpretation service will be provided between Korean and English, so please use the receivers. Channel 1 is for Korean, and Channel 2 is for English.
Simultaneous interpretation will be provided during the sessions. So please take your receivers and select the language of your choice. Channel 1 is for Korean, and Channel 2 is for English. Thank you.
역사 속 모든 변곡점에는 커다란 변화의 목소리가 있었고 우리는 그 변화의 흐름에 발맞추어 살아갈 것을 요구받아 왔습니다. 2023년 세계는 AI, 기후변화 위기에 큰 흐름을 마주하고 있습니다. 사법연수원 국제 컨퍼런스는 인류 문명을 근본적으로 변화시킬 핵심 기술인 AI로 변화된 세상을 상상할 것이며 미래 사법의 변화와 전략에 대해서 논의할 것입니다. 또한 이번 컨퍼런스에서는 인류가 직면한 기후위기 앞에서 새로운 패러다임 속 법원의 역할과 사법의 대응에 대해 탐구할 것입니다. 사법연수원 국제사법협력센터 개소 10주년 기념 패널 토론에서는 국제사법협력의 현재와 미래라는 주제로 고양된 국제사법 교류, 협력을 위한 현명한 지혜를 공유할 것입니다.
안녕하십니까. 사법연수원장 권기훈입니다. 2023 사법연수원 국제 컨퍼런스에 참석해 주신 여러분을 진심으로 환영합니다.
2023년 사법연수원 국제 컨퍼런스는 패러다임의 전환, 사법의 대응의 테마 아래 새로운 법적 쟁점과 법관의 미래 전략을 함께 고민하고 경험과 과제를 공유하며 지혜로운 해결 방안을 모색함으로써 성공적인 변화와 도약을 준비할 수 있는 실질적 토대를 마련할 소중한 계기가 될 것입니다.
Good morning, Honorable Acting Chief Justice, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to welcome you all to the 2023 JRTI International Conference. My name is Chaeyoung Kim, and I'm a professor at the Judicial Research and Training Institute. This year, we will examine diverse legal issues, including AI and the climate crisis, under the theme of the paradigm shift and to the judicial response. Also, the conference will commemorate the 10th anniversary of the International Judicial Cooperation Center of the JRTI. Professors, judges, lawyers, and prominent legal experts from Korea and abroad will be speaking at the conference. First, it is my great pleasure to introduce JRTI's president, Kwon Ki-hoon. He will deliver his opening remarks. Please welcome President Kwon to the stage with a big round of applause.
예, 안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I extend my sincere gratitude to our distinguished guests with special appreciation for Honorable An Chul-sang, Acting Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Korea, for dedicating his valuable time to participate in the 2023 JRTI International Conference. And on behalf of the Judicial Research and Training Institute, or JRTI, it is my great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all attendees. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the world is in a perpetual state of transformation, prompting us to adapt to the ongoing trends in our dynamic era. The remarkable progress in science and technology, notably artificial intelligence or AI, has led to a significant shift toward hyperintelligence and hyperconvergence, significantly influencing various facets of our society and culture. The innovations in science and technology demand prudent regulation to address legal challenges stemming from shifts in industry structures, changes in media landscapes, and increased risks of personal information infringement. Concurrently, These innovations pose formidable judicial challenges, requiring the adaptation of judicial procedures to incorporate AI and the formulation of measures to meet the evolving demands of judicial services. In addition, we find ourselves amid climate change with heat waves, floods, and other alarming phenomena happening worldwide. The climate crisis, rather than a mere climate change, warrants our immediate attention. The urgency to address this crisis is paramount, directly impacting the survival of the 8 billion world population and future generations. Addressing this climate crisis caused by global warming requires a transformative approach, integrating new technologies such as the convergence of eco-friendly decarbonization and digital technologies. Although our conclusive endeavor should be to achieve green growth, emphasizing climate technology such as carbon neutrality and sustainable and renewable energy development, as we deal with these changes, we witness a surge in climate crisis-related lawsuits globally, offering a unique opportunity to examine legal and judicial decisions that emphasize national responsibility and the crucial role of the judiciary in protecting fundamental rights. This year holds particular significance as the JRTI marks the 10th anniversary of its International Judicial Cooperation Center. The international cooperation, this international conference serves as a platform to reflect on the achievements of the past decade and deliberate on strategies to address the paradigm shift we are currently experiencing. By bringing together the legal experts from around the world, we aim to collectively explore the impact of AI on the judiciary and deliberate on judicial approaches adopted by countries in response to the climate crisis. Our shared deliberations will make the way for a wise and united approach to overcoming these challenges. As the four-word proverb, "better safe than sorry" goes, the JRTI remains committed to not merely adapting to current trends, but predicting and responding to future changes in the judicial landscape. I genuinely hope that this international conference sets a strong foundation, supporting a successful progress and growth for our judicial field amidst the many changes of the current age. To all participants dedicating their invaluable time to this conference, I truly hope today's discussions prove valuable as well as inspiring. Finally, I would like to express my deepest respect and gratitude to the moderators, speakers, and panelists of each session for their unwavering dedication and support for today's discussions. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, President Kwon. Now, it is my very honor and a privilege to welcome the Honorable Acting Chief Justice An Cheol-sang of the Supreme Court of Korea to give his congratulatory remarks. Please join me welcoming the Acting Chief Justice to the stage.
Honorable guests from both home and abroad, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Judicial Research and Training Institute for hosting today's international conference on the judicial response to the paradigm shift to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the opening of the IJCC. I would also like to warmly welcome the speakers, panelists, heads of judicial training institutions, scholars, judges, and legal experts from different nations. Welcome. Distinguished guests, our world is changing, and judges must adapt to the new changes by maintaining a flexible attitude and avoiding stereotyping. In this regard, the JRTI's international conference plays a pivotal role by providing judges with a platform to explore current challenges from different perspectives. It will also contribute to fostering better trial practices. This year's conference addresses existential challenges related to artificial intelligence and the climate crisis. Years ago, in March 2016, a historic match took place between Lee Se-dor, one of the world's best Go masters, and Google's AlphaGo, an AI system developed to play the Go games. Despite the prevailing prediction amongst most experts for Lee Se-dor's victory over AlphaGo, the AI system claimed an unexpected win. The live streaming of this event left many viewers profoundly shocked by exhibiting the capacity of AI to defeat a Go world champion player. The AI era has posed a fundamental question of whether an irreplaceable domain exists that is exclusively governed by human capabilities. Compared to other fields, this question appears particularly pertinent in the judicial realm, where the foundational principle lies in fairness. In this context, I look forward to the presentations on AI by Attorney Catherine B. Forrest and President Bennett Aldana of the NJC expect to offer valuable insights into such issues. I also want to note a tragic event unfolded in Korea, where the heaviest rainfall in 115 years claimed the lives of all 4 members of a family residing in a semi-basement. This year, we also witnessed the worst drought, causing water supply problems in certain regions in Korea. Consequently, disasters induced by the climate crisis have disrupted our daily lives and imperiled the survival of the vulnerable. The climate crisis, extending beyond alterations in the natural environment, threatens the right to life, housing, and health, which are the foundation for fundamental rights. In particular, as disadvantaged groups bear the brunt of the impact of climate change first and most severely, the judiciary should raise exceptional awareness to hold the constitutional spirit of protecting the rights of the socially vulnerable and the minorities. Discussions on the judicial responses to the climate crisis from each participating nation is quite timely and meaningful in that sense. Experts such as Professor Gerd Winter, who is known for his expertise in the German Federal Constitutional Court cases, and legal counsel Dennis van Werker, who led the Urgenda case, and Professor Mary Wood, who provided legal principles in the Juliana lawsuit, will be sharing their insights today. I'm confident that this conference will provide a crucial opportunity to highlight the current challenges facing the judicial field, offering significant implications for the judiciary of each nation. To address these challenges effectively. Lastly, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to President Kwon Gi-hoon of the JRTI and all the individuals involved in preparing for this conference. And I wish everyone health and success. Thank you.
Thank you, the Acting Chief Justice. Next, I'm pleased to invite the former Justice Kang Il-won of the Constitutional Courts of Korea. Please welcome Justice Kang to the podium for his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Honorable Acting Chief Justice An Chul-sang, Honorable President of the JRTI Kwon Gi-hoon, distinguished speakers and panelists, and all participants. I am very pleased to take part in this international conference hosted by the JRTI to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the opening of the International Judicial Cooperation Center. Also, it is a huge honor to give a speech in front of these distinguished guests, including new judges. First of all, I would like to congratulate the JRTI on the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the International Judicial Cooperation Center. In commemoration of this milestone, I wish you all the best for the success of today's international conference. It has been 40 years since I graduated this institution. The JRTI has fulfilled its mission as the sole judicial training institution in Korea. Even after the introduction of the law school system, the JRTI continues to serve as a judicial training institution while also contributes to international cooperation and judicial exchange and cooperation. The JRTI's international conference are not only exemplary instances of international judicial cooperation, but also contribute to the development of domestic legal cultures. I have no doubt that today's conference will be another success story of international cooperation of the JRTI. I was appointed as a judge in 1985, quite a long years ago. At the time, all court work was carried out in an analogical manner, manually or by typewriter. Now all daily life is digitized, so this analogical way of work is difficult to imagine for new judges. When the Supreme Court introduced the electronic litigation system in 2010, many judges and legal professionals resisted this change and preferred paper-based work process. But now, today, no one wants to return to the past. On the contrary, there is a growing demand for the introduction of a new system utilizing AI beyond electronic litigation. Over the past year, since the public release of the generative AI, ChatGPT, we are witnessing both the amazing capabilities and the formidable threats of AI. In order to cope wisely with the change that is caused by the use of AI as a new tool for development, sharing of information and experience is earnestly required. In this respect, the theme of today's conference, the judicial response to the paradigm shift, is highly relevant and very timely. Recent advances in generative AI have outpaced our expectations, and risks that seemed remote now look immediate. Deepfake technology and large language models enable the production of a myriad unique information that could be used to create misleading perceptions. If this information is distributed, it can be used to manipulate public opinion and even threaten the fundamental democratic principle. On the other hand, the positive use of AI, enhancing operational efficiency at a low cost, can lead to tremendous social development. Striking the right balance between the opportunities and challenges posed by AI is very crucial. The impact of AI on the judicial system is evident, and today we will discuss the future changes in the judicial system brought about by AI. It is a great fortune for us to have former U.S. District Court Judge Honorable Catherine Forrest and the President of the National Judicial College, Honorable Benes Aldana, as speakers. The discussions by Acting Dean Paul Kwan from the Singapore Judicial College, Professor Hae-jin Park from Hanyang University, and Judge Seong Oh are also anticipated. I have used AI information search frequently after the introduction of the ChatGPT last year. As I give a speech today, I inquired with Google Bard and MS Bing about the most critical legal issues of 2023 this year. Several responses pointed to climate change as the common and the most significant concern. Climate change is not only a matter of human survival, but also a global issue affecting the entire ecosystem. We have a duty to respond to climate change, which we ourselves have caused with all our might. The judiciary is no exception. In 2020, members of the Youth for Climate Action, young members, filed a constitutional complaint against the government and the National Assembly, arguing that ignoring the climate crisis is unconstitutional. The Constitutional Court is currently reviewing the case and the several other cases related to climate change. In this context, it is of special significance that Professor Gert Winter of Bremen University will give a keynote speech on how to apply fundamental rights to climate legislation. The presentations by Professor Mary Wood of University of Oregon, Legal Counsel Dennis Van Berkel of Urhenda Foundation, and the discussion by former Hawaii Supreme Court Justice Michael Wilson, Gangwon National University Professor Siwon Park, Judge Kyu-Hong Lee are expected to provide valuable insights into solving the issues we faced. Finally, I would like to express my sincere thanks and congratulations to the President of the JRTI and all the staff for providing this precious opportunity. I would also like to express my deep gratitude to the distinguished guests from the home and abroad who have embellished this conference, especially the foreign guests who have traveled a long way despite the heavy schedule. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, allow me to introduce some of our distinguished guests present here this morning. First, Honorable Justice Kim Hyung-doo of the Constitutional Court of Korea is present here with us this morning. Next, I have the privilege of introducing President Park Kyung-nam of the Judicial Policy Research Institute. Next, President Moon Tae-young of the Training Institute for Court Officials has joined us for the event. And President Yoon Seung-eun of the Supreme Court Library. Chief Judge Choi Sung-bae of the Seoul Western District Court. President Ha Tae-hoon of the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice. From the Supreme Court of Korea, Kim Sang-woo, Chief Secretary to the Chief Justice. Last but not least, from Goyang Branch Court of Ujeongbu District Court, Chief Judge Shin Jin-hwa is present here this morning. This brings us to the end of the opening ceremony. To celebrate the opening of the conference, we will have a short photo session. After the photo session, Session 1, with the theme of future judicial changes driven by AI and the judiciary, will start at 10:30. May I ask the Acting Chief Justice, the JRTI President, to step up front. I would like to also invite all conference speakers and guests sitting in front as well. Thank you for your patience and cooperation. We will now end the opening ceremony of the 2023 JRTI International Conference. Thank you. Now, we are going to prepare the stage for the first session, and we will begin shortly. Please remain in your seats while the stage is being set up. Thank you. The session 1 of the conference will begin shortly. I would like to now invite all speakers, panelists, and the moderator of the session number 1 up to the stage. Thank you. Now, the first session on future judicial changes driven by AI and the judiciary will begin. The moderator for this session is President Choi Kyung-jin. He is a professor at Gachon University and a director at the Center for AI Data and Policy. He now serves as the president of Korean Association for Artificial Intelligence and Law. Now, I would like to hand over the microphone to President Choi. President Choi, the floor is yours.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Choi Kyung-jin, chair of the Korean Association for Artificial Intelligence and Law. It's a great pleasure to moderate this session, and I would like to congratulate the successful hosting of today's conference. I was contemplating whether I should speak in Korean or English, but I heard that we have simultaneous interpretation service, so I wanted to make full use of such services and thus speak in Korean. There are a couple of international conferences held in Korea. In many cases, the official language is English, and sometimes it can be a bit overwhelming. However, in this excellent environment with such services, I think that it's high time for me to speak in Korean. And I do know that in the future, AI will probably become the most effective tool to lower the language barrier. And we're living in such an era, and I do ask for your understanding in my speaking in my mother tongue. I'm sure that you probably are already aware that AI, starting from last year and onwards, has been significantly impacting countries around the world. And recently, Sam Altman from the board of OpenAI, him being excluded from the board and then him coming back, actually had many repercussions and implications. And there are a lot of discussions underway on the current situation. But I believe that the most significant implication would probably be of what AI should do for us. And I think that there is common ground in this concept. Many do say that AI should be something for human beings, and the future AI should be something that would coexist with humanity. And I believe that nobody would be denying this fact. However, in order to achieve this aspiration, we're at a fork road, and depending on the pace, on content, and in our response, I think that there could be some different views of how we would do about this. We all have different philosophies. And therefore, in this era of AI, we do need to discuss what kind of behavior or attitudes would be desirable. I believe that what we have seen today, or recently, the incident with OpenAI, I think probably had to do with the lack of in-depth discussions and candid discussions amongst the stakeholders. And in that aspect, I believe that today's forum would be very much significant in sharing our views and ideas. And AI could also have an impact on privacy and fundamental rights, and if so, that would of course raise the level of risk of AI. And especially in the area of judiciary, I do believe that it does have a great impact on the basic rights of humanity, and in that aspect, today's discussions and dialogue will be of utmost importance in crafting our way forward in our response to AI. So in that aspect, I have high expectations for today's discussions. And we have 2 speakers and 3 panelists to join us in the discussions. Our very first speaker. Of course, in the original program, you can see that this is the original order, but I do know that the speakers decided to change the order. So our first speaker will be President Benes Z. Aldana of National Judicial College of the U.S.
Speaking about the revolutionizing justice, the rise of AI in legal systems and its ethical considerations. And you have 30 minutes, and then you have the floor, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Choi. 안녕하세요. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and fellow scholars. Again, my name is Benes Aldana, President of the National Judicial College in the United States. And I'm honored to present a topic of profound importance and relevance in our rapidly evolving landscape, as President Kwan pointed out in his earlier remarks. Today, we delve into revolutionizing justice, the rise of AI in legal systems and its ethical considerations. This presentation aims to explore the transformative role of artificial intelligence in the realm of law and justice. And as we embark on this journey, we will examine how AI is reshaping legal processes, decision-making, and the broader implication for justice and ethics in our society. In the next few minutes, we will navigate through the intricacies of AI applications in legal systems, discuss the benefits and challenges they present, and critically analyze the ethical considerations that must be addressed as we integrate these advanced technologies into the fabric of our legal institutions. Let us begin by setting the stage for this discussion, understanding the current landscape of AI in legal system, and exploring the potential that these technologies hold for revolutionizing justice. As we delve deeper into the subject, it is crucial to acknowledge the rapid advancement and burgeoning interest in AI technology. AI is not just a futuristic concept, as we all know. It is here, and if I may quote Jungkook, BTS, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, every minute, every second. It is reshaping the world as we know it. Let's consider some compelling examples. In the airline industry, AI is being utilized to dynamically determine flight pricing, a complex process influenced by numerous variables. This application demonstrates AI's ability to process vast amounts of data to optimize pricing strategies. In the banking sector, AI plays a pivotal role in decision-making processes. For instance, banks are now using AI algorithms to assess loan eligibility, analyzing a multitude of factors far beyond what a human could feasibly evaluate. Similarly, in the realm of welfare, AI systems are being employed to determine eligibility, a task that involves sifting through extensive data sets to make informed decisions. Furthermore, AI's influence extends into the media industry. It is not only creating content, but also curating and recommending media to the general public. This illustrates AI's growing role in reshaping our cultural and informational landscape. Just as an example, in the United States, during the pandemic, if you turn on Netflix and start watching K-dramas, all K-drama shows start showing up. So these examples underscore a critical point. AI's permeation across various domains is not just transformative, it is also indicative of how reliant our modern society has become on these technologies. As we turn our attention to the legal domain, it is essential to consider this backdrop of widespread AI integration and its implication for justice and ethical governance. Moving forward, let's turn our attention to a tangible indicator of the growing public interest in artificial intelligence. Recent data reveals a significant trend. Google searches for the term artificial intelligence have grown exponentially in the past year. This surge is not just a statistic. It reflects broader curiosity, awareness, and perhaps a sense of urgency about AI and its implication in our daily lives. As shown here, this increase in search frequency is not an isolated phenomenon. It mirrors the expanding footprint of AI in various sectors, as we discussed earlier. This heightened interest is a clear signal of the public's recognition of AI's growing role and its potential impact on society. Why is this surge interest important, especially in the context of our legal system? First, it indicates a growing public awareness and engagement with AI technologies. This awareness is crucial as it shapes a discourse around how these technologies should be governed and regulated. Secondly, it suggests that people are seeking to understand AI, its capabilities, and its limitations. Such understanding is vital for informed public discussions and for shaping policies that are responsive to societal needs and concerns. And as we delve into the specific applications of AI in legal systems, it is essential to keep this growing public interest in mind. It underscores the need for transparency, ethical considerations, and public engagement in the development and implementation of AI in legal contexts. And as we delve deeper into the public's growing interest in artificial intelligence, it becomes evident that this interest varies significantly by region. A striking example of this variation can be seen when comparing countries like South Korea and the United States. South Korea ranks third globally in terms of interest in AI, as measured by metrics such as online searches, publications, and educational initiatives. This high level of interest can be attributed to the country's strong emphasis on technology and innovation, both in education and industry. South Korea's position reflects a society deeply engaged with and invested in the future of AI. In contrast, my country, the United States, despite being a hub for many pioneering AI technologies and companies, ranks 41st in terms of public interest in AI. This position raises several questions and considerations. Why is there such a disparity in interest levels, especially in a country at the forefront of AI development? Does this reflect a difference in public awareness, policy engagement, or perhaps the integration of AI in everyday life? Understanding these regional differences is crucial, especially when considering the global impact of AI on legal systems. The varying levels of public interest and engagement can influence how AI is integrated in legal frameworks, the development of AI-related policies, and the public's perception and acceptance of AI processes, or acceptance of AI in legal processes. As we continue, we'll explore how these regional disparities in AI interests might affect the implementation and ethical considerations of AI in legal systems, both in highly engaged regions like South Korea and in places where public interest may be growing more slowly, like the United States. The integration of AI in various domains has been accelerating, and the judiciary is no exception. From legal research to jury selection, AI's potential to revolutionize courtroom procedures and practices is becoming increasingly evident. Lawyers are already harnessing AI for e-discovery, leveraging its capability to sift through vast amounts of data for relevant information. This not only streamlines the legal process, but also introduces new dimensions in legal analysis and strategy. In the realm of evidence, AI technology plays a pivotal role. For instance, in autonomous vehicles, AI systems like drowsiness detection can provide crucial evidence in legal cases. Similarly, facial recognition technology is being utilized in police investigative processes, though this raises significant ethical and privacy concerns. The influence of AI extends to the judiciary as well. Algorithmic risk assessments are increasingly used in various stages of legal processes, including pretrial detention, sentencing, and even in decisions regarding probation and parole. These applications of AI bring about efficiency and consistency, but also raise critical questions about bias, transparency, and the balance between algorithmic decision-making and human judgment. Furthermore, AI's impact on judicial legal writing is noteworthy, and we've seen a number of headlines, at least on the side of the lawyers. A notable instance is a judge in Colombia using ChatGPT in a ruling, signifying a groundbreaking integration of AI in judicial decision-making. This development opens a plethora of questions regarding the role of AI in legal reasoning and potential reshaping of judicial processes. As we explore these diverse applications of AI in the judiciary, it is imperative to consider the balance between the benefits of this efficiency and consistency against the challenges of ensuring fairness, transparency, and accountability in the justice system. As we proceed further into this presentation, it is important to articulate our key objectives. This will guide our exploration and ensure a focused and meaningful discussion. First, our aim is to explore the current and future impact of AI on the judiciary. This exploration involves understanding how AI is currently being used in various judicial processes, from legal research to sentencing, and predicting how these technologies might evolve and further integrate into the legal system. We will examine both the potential benefits, such as increased efficiency and consistency, and the challenges, including concerns over bias and the erosion of human judgment in legal decision-making. Secondly, we will delve into the ethical and legal considerations that arise from the integration of AI in the judiciary. This includes addressing questions of fairness, transparency, and accountability. How do we ensure that AI tools in the legal systems adhere to ethical standards and legal principles? What frameworks and safeguards are necessary to protect against potential misuse or unintended consequences of AI in legal contexts? These objectives are crucial for a comprehensive understanding of AI's role in the judiciary. This will help us navigate the complex interplay between technological advancements and the foundational principles of justice and fairness that underpin our legal system. So let us embark on this exploration with a critical and thoughtful approach, considering multifaceted implications of AI in the realm of law and justice. Next, we'll look into the historical context. As we consider the integration of AI in the judiciary, it is essential to reflect on the long-standing traditions and practices that have shaped our justice system. These practices, refined over centuries, are the bedrock of fairness, justice, and the rule of law. And central to the justice system is human expertise. Judges, lawyers, and other legal professionals bring invaluable education, training, and experience to their roles. Their skills in legal reasoning, argumentation, and ethical judgment are fundamental to ensuring justice. Similarly, in system where there are juries represent a crucial aspect of human expertise and collective decision-making. A jury of peers is often seen as the epitome of human-centered justice, offering a community-based perspective on legal matters. Furthermore, the traditional justice system is characterized by manual processes. Court proceedings, from filing to judgment, have historically been reliant on meticulous, often time-consuming manual work. This extends to administrative tasks accompanying court proceedings, such as record keeping, scheduling, and correspondence. Another hallmark of the traditional system is the reliance on paper for legal documents, including contracts, case files, and court records. These documents not only require significant physical storage space, but also pose risk of degradation and have negative environmental impacts due to excess paper usage. As we juxtapose these traditional practices with the emerging role of AI, we observe a paradigm shift. AI promises to streamline many of these processes, offering efficiency and potentially greater accuracy. However, this shift raises critical questions. Can AI replicate the nuanced judgment of experienced legal professionals? How do we balance the efficiency of AI with the values of, again, human-centered justice? As we integrate AI into the judiciary, it is imperative to consider these questions, again, ensuring the essence of justice, rooted in human expertise and ethical judgment, is preserved and enhanced, not undermined. As we explore the integration of AI in the judiciary, it is instructive to look at the historical role of technology in this domain. The journey towards technological integration in the judiciary has been gradual but transformative, primarily aimed at improving efficiency, accuracy, and accessibility. The introduction of computers in the judiciary marked as a revolutionary step. Initially, this involved basic applications like word processing for document creation and data storage for record keeping. These initial steps laid the groundwork for more advanced technological integration. Today, we have specialized legal software that assists in various judicial tasks. For instance, case management systems have become essential tools in tracking the status of ongoing cases. These systems streamline the administrative aspect of case handling, enhancing efficiency and organization. The advent of email and secure digital communication platforms has significantly streamlined correspondence among legal professionals. This shift has reduced the reliance on physical mail and in-person meetings, facilitating quicker and more efficient communication. Databases have played a pivotal role in centralizing vast amounts of legal information. These databases make it easier to search for case law, statutes, and other legal resources, significantly enhancing accessibility for legal professionals. This centralization has democratized access to legal information, allowing for broader research and analysis capabilities. Furthermore, the emergence of legal analytic tools has begun to offer rudimentary insights into legal trends, such as the frequency of certain types of cases or the average length of trials. These tools represent the early stages of predictive analytics in the legal field, forecasting court outcomes based on historical data. Additionally, analytics can measure the efficiency of court processes, aiding administrators in identifying areas for improvement. As we consider the role of AI in the judiciary, again, it's important to recognize this historical context. The gradual integration of technology has been pivotal in shaping current practices and sets the stage for the next leap forward, the integration of AI and its potential to further revolutionize the judicial system. Next, we will talk about the current state of AI in the judiciary. As we examine the current state of AI in the judiciary, it is evident that AI applications are clearly in use, each with its own set of benefits and controversies. One significant application is the use of predictive analytics in bail and sentencing decisions. These systems utilize historical data and machine learning algorithms to predict reoffending rates, thereby assisting judges in making informed decisions. The benefits of this approach include consistency in decision-making and data-driven insights that can lead to fairer outcomes and potentially reduce prison populations. However, as I said, this application is not without controversies. Ethical concerns arise, particularly regarding algorithmic bias. The transparency and accountability of these systems are all critical issues as they directly impact individual lives and liberties. Another key application of AI in the judiciary is document review and legal research. AI algorithms powered by technologies like natural language processing can efficiently sift through vast amounts of legal documents, case law, and statutes. This capability not only enhances efficiency and offers cost savings, but also allows legal professionals to focus on more complex tasks. Despite these benefits, there are limitations to consider. AI algorithms may lack the ability to understand the nuance and context in legal documents, aspects that human experts consider crucial. This limitation underscores the need for human oversight in AI-assisted legal processes. In summary, while AI applications in the judiciary offer significant benefits in terms of efficiency and consistency, they also bring forth challenges related to ethical considerations, potential biases, and the need for human oversight. And as we continue to integrate AI into the judiciary, it is imperative to address these challenges, ensuring that the use of AI upholds the principles of fairness and justice, again, that are central to our legal system. As we explore the integration of AI in the judiciary, it is also crucial to address the ethical considerations that accompany this technological advancement. Two key issues at the forefront are data privacy and potential for algorithmic bias. A notable case that highlights these ethical challenges is the assessment of the COMPAS, C-O-M-P-A-S, criminal algorithmic risk assessment tool. A study by ProPublica, an organization in the United States, found significant racial disparities in the tool's predictions. Black defendants were twice as likely to be marked as high risk compared to white defendants, and conversely, white defendants were more likely to be classified as low risk than black defendants. The finding raises serious concerns about the potential for AI to perpetuate existing biases, especially if the algorithm is trained on racially biased data. However, the assessment of AI tools like COMPAS is complex and subject to debate. For instance, Jones, another study, used mathematical modeling to analyze the COMPAS data and found the risk rates for black individuals were accurately calculated within a 2% margin of actual rates. And in contrast, the tool predicted white and Hispanic individuals to recommit crimes at a low due. This analytics suggests that while the tool may have biases, its accuracy and implications are not straightforward and require careful consideration. These case studies underscore the dynamic and often unclear role and effect of AI in risk assessments. They highlight the need for continuous scrutiny and evaluation of AI tools to ensure they do not perpetuate existing societal biases. Judges and legal practitioners must be aware of and critically assess the potential bias in AI tools they use. In conclusion, the ethical considerations in the use of AI in the judiciary are multifaceted and complex. They necessitate a vigilant approach to ensure that AI applications do not infringe on data privacy and do not perpetuate or exacerbate existing biases. As we integrate AI into the judicial process, it is imperative to maintain a commitment to fairness and justice, ensuring that these technologies serve to enhance rather than undermine these fundamental principles. An essential aspect of integrating AI into the judiciary is understanding the sentiment of judges, the judicial community towards this technology. A study conducted by the National Judicial College in 2023 provides valuable insight into this area. The study involved a secondary data analysis of 381 judges' response to the question, do you feel the artificial intelligence using computer programs and algorithms holds promise to remove bias from bail and sentencing decisions? That was the question posed. The authors of this study established a priori themes based on existing literature. These themes included judges' algorithm aversion and appreciation, locus of control, procedural justice, and legitimacy. Algorithm aversion refers to a preference for human decision makers over algorithms, while algorithm appreciation indicates a preference for algorithms over human decision makers. The results of the study suggest several key points regarding judges' attitudes towards AI. Judges generally experience algorithm aversion, indicating a preference for human judgment in decision making. Next, there are significant concerns among judges about the potential for bias to be exacerbated by AI, and this concern reflects the complexities involved in ensuring that AI systems are fair and unbiased. Judges are worried about the possibility of being replaced by computers, highlighting concerns about the role of human judgment and expertise in the legal process. And despite these concerns, judges are also recognized that AI has the potential to inform their decisions about bail and sentencing. However, they emphasize that this potential must be empirically tested and that AI applications should follow strict guidelines to ensure fairness and accuracy. These findings highlight the nuanced views of judges, at least in the United States, regarding AI in the judiciary. While there is recognition of the potential benefits of AI, there is also a clear emphasis on the need for careful implementation, testing, and adherence to ethical standards. These sentiments underscore the importance of balancing technological innovation with preservation of human judgment and the principles of justice. Next, let's look to the future. As the judiciary stands at the cusp of technological revolution, AI technologies like natural language processing and machine learning are presenting unprecedented opportunities and challenges. And while these technologies have the potential to bring about transformative changes, it is crucial to approach their integration with caution and ethical consideration. Natural language processing, a subfield of AI, focused on enabling computers to understand, interpret, and generate human language, is particularly promising. NLP could revolutionize how legal texts are interpreted, case law is summarized, and legal documents are drafted. While NLP is rapidly evolving, research is underway to assess its utility and effectiveness in legal context. The potential of NLP to streamline and enhance the efficiency of legal processes is significant, but its application must be carefully managed to ensure accuracy and reliability. Machine learning, another critical area of AI, involves algorithms that enable systems to learn from data and improve over time. Machine learning has the potential to offer more accurate predictive analytics in areas such as bail decisions, sentencing, and resource allocation. And the use of machine learning in these areas could lead to more informed and data-driven decision-making processes. However, it's important to note that while machine learning is becoming increasingly sophisticated, its application in the judiciary is still in experimental stages. The integration of machine learning and judicial processes must be approached with a focus on empirical validation and ethical considerations, ensuring these technologies augment rather than undermine the principles of justice. And in summary, as we explore the integration of emerging technologies like natural language processing and machine learning in the judiciary, we must balance the potential benefits with a commitment to ethical standards, accuracy, and the preservation of human element in judicial decision making. The promises of these technologies is immense, but their integration must be handled with care to ensure they serve the cause of justice effectively and responsibly. As we consider the integration of AI into the judiciary, it is important to recognize the potential benefits that these technologies can bring. One of the most significant advantages, again, is increased efficiency and reduced costs associated with automating routine tasks. By streamlining judicial processes, AI can lead to substantial cost savings. This in turn can make the justice system more accessible to a broader range of people, particularly those who might otherwise be unable to afford legal services. Another key benefit is the potential for more objective decision making. Data-driven approaches facilitated by AI could help reduce the influence of individual biases in judicial decisions. This is particularly relevant in areas like bail and sentencing, where unbiased decision making is crucial. Again, however, it's important to note that this benefit is contingent on the algorithms themselves being free from bias. Ensuring the impartiality of AI systems is a critical challenge that must be addressed to realize this benefit. In summary, the integration of AI in the judiciary holds the promise of making legal processes more sufficient, cost-effective, and potentially more objective. However, realizing these benefits require careful implementation and ongoing scrutiny to ensure that AI systems, again, are unbiased and operate within the lines of principles of justice and fairness. And while the integration of AI in the judiciary offers numerous benefits, it is equally important to acknowledge and address the potential drawbacks. Again, a significant risk is the perpetuation of existing biases. And if this data contains biases, there is a risk that the AI systems could perpetuate or even exacerbate these biases. So ongoing research and efforts are being made to identify and mitigate algorithmic biases, but this remains a significant challenge. Another area of concern revolves around ethical issues, particularly regarding transparency and accountability. The black box nature of some AI algorithms makes it difficult to understand how they arrive at specific conclusions. This lack of transparency can be problematic, especially in the context of judicial decision making, where the reasoning behind decisions is as important as the decision themselves. Furthermore, there are challenges in holding AI systems accountable for errors or biases. Unlike human decision makers, AI systems do not have accountability in the traditional sense. This raises the question of who is responsible when AI systems make an erroneous decision or perpetuate biases. Ensuring human oversight, again, is necessary to address these challenges. Next, we will touch on global initiatives and capacity building in AI and the judiciary. Global initiatives are playing a pivotal role in integrating AI into the judiciary, with capacity building and educating being key components. A prime example of such an initiative is UNESCO's massive open online course on AI and the rule of law. Launched in March 2022, this course was developed in collaboration with the Future Society, CITIC.BR, NIC.BR, and IEEE and the National Judicial College. It aims to close the knowledge gap among judicial operators regarding AI tools. And the course has reached over 4,500 judicial operators globally, demonstrating its wide impact and relevance. Judicial communities worldwide, recognizing the importance of this initiative, have started using the course for training, thereby closing gaps and facilitating knowledge exchange. Case studies from India and Kenya further illustrate the course impact. In India, cyber law attorney Nishat Dixit of the Supreme Court found the course beneficial for understanding the latest technologies and their accordance with laws. In Kenya, senior magistrate Catherine Maburu described the course as an eye-opener, facilitating knowledge exchange among different jurisdictions. The partners involved in this initiative have expressed positive views and highlighted future prospects. And we are pleased to participate in these important initiatives involving artificial intelligence and its application to improving access to justice for all. Similarly, CITIC, the Regional Center for Studies on Development of Information Society in Brazil, emphasized that the MOOC can help reduce the gap between research and adoption of AI so that social, economic, cultural, and political implications can be better understood, monitored, and addressed. Looking forward, there is a recognized need for more training and the importance of continuing the conversation of AI and the rule of law. These initiatives are not just about imparting knowledge, they're about shaping the future of the judiciary in the age of AI, ensuring that judicial operators are equipped to harness the potential of AI while navigating its challenges responsibly. Next, we will cover legal and ethical implications. The integration of AI into the judiciary introduces a complex an array of legal ethical questions, many of which are still being explored. The regulatory landscape of AI in the judiciary varies significantly from country to country, and there's an increasing call for development of international standards to guide this integration. And one of the foremost ethical considerations in this context, again, as I mentioned earlier, the importance of transparency in algorithms, in AI algorithms. Algorithms used in judicial decisions must be transparent to ensure they can be understood, scrutinized, and trusted. However, a challenge arises when some AI technologies, proprietary to certain companies, are kept secret. The secrecy creates a conflict between protecting intellectual property and ensuring public transparency, especially when these technologies make decisions that significantly impact people's lives. Another critical aspect is the need for accountability, as I mentioned earlier, in AI decision making. When AI is used in judicial decisions, again, it is essential to establish clear lines of accountability. This could involve a combination of legislative oversight, third-party audits, and public disclosure of AI methodologies and outcomes. And such measures would help ensure that AI systems are used responsibly and ethically in the judiciary. And as we navigate the integration of AI into the judiciary, the regulatory landscape presents both challenges and opportunity. The development of international standards, coupled with a focus on transparency and accountability, is crucial. These efforts will not only guide ethical integration of AI in judicial processes, but also foster public trust and confidence in these systems. And as these fields evolve, continuous dialogue and collaboration among legal professionals, technologists, and policymakers will be key to shaping a regulatory framework that upholds the principle of justice and fairness. I got the 1 minute sign, so I'm going to wrap it up. And I'm sure Judge Forrest is going to discuss some of these legal and ethical implications as it relates to the judiciary. So I'm going to keep moving. My next slide talked about recommendations and best practices. I'm just going to sum it up. I mean, I think that we need to take some time, again, for the judiciary to take the lead in addressing all the issues that I've discussed in a very phased approach. possibly creating pilot programs, and then again involving stakeholders, judges, lawyers, and even the public in discussions on how AI implementation in the judiciary. And that part of it is crucial. The inclusive approach ensures a more comprehensive understanding of AI's impact and addresses concerns from all perspectives. Monitoring, evaluation, I think if we are key components of a successful AI implementation strategy. Developing performance metrics is also important. And finally, establishing feedback loops is essential. I'm not going to discuss this. In the United States, for the first time, the President has issued a landmark executive order. And the key objectives are safety, privacy, equity, innovation, and leadership. We're still digesting that executive order, but essentially, with the White House speaking on this particular topic, I think the United States is taking AI more seriously. I'm just going to sum it up with my last slide. The future is now, but the judiciary must lead. And the judiciary is as the cornerstone for responsible AI integration. So thank you very much for, again, inviting me to speak on this topic. Look forward to a conversation with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Give a big applause to you for the great speech.
감사합니다.
I'm sorry that we didn't have more time to listen to your great speech, but we might have a chance to listen to what you would like to speak more precisely during the panel discussion session. Next speaker is Ms. Catherine Forret, a partner of Paul Weiss, Ricken, Wharton, and Harrison LLP from the United States. She is giving a speech about pursuing justice in the age of AI. You have 30 minutes or so,
Yes.
please.
And I want to make sure the mic is live. First, I would like to thank you for having me here at the JRTI. I am very honored to be here today to speak about a topic about which I am very passionate, being a former federal judge in the United States, which is justice in the age of AI, because we are going to be seeing a total transformation of justice right now, and the way that we both dispense justice and the kinds of issues that come before the courts worldwide. There's going to also be a need for international cooperation because of the need for and the way in which AI works. So let's talk a little bit about the way we're going to proceed through this conversation. We'll talk a little bit about the impacts of AI on justice. We'll understand a little bit about why that's so based upon a brief introduction. We'll talk about why we are in a transformative moment right now with regard to generative AI, which are large language models, and justice. We'll talk about why the impact of generative AI across industries means that the courts will be facing challenges in all aspects of the kinds of cases brought before them, whether they be civil cases or criminal cases or family cases. It's going to affect everything. There are legal issues that will come up and that are being categorized right now by AI. There are ethical implications which Judge Adonis has already raised slightly. And then we're going to circle back to some of the other kinds of justice issues. So right now we've got AI that is challenging our notion of justice. Today, justice in the judiciary is justice based upon human society assessing penalties for human transgressions. And we've got concepts of what is right and what is wrong based upon human notions of acceptable conduct. And our judicial systems worldwide, however they differ, are based upon human logic and also of evidence that's accessible to humans. For instance, the concepts of due process and the right to be heard are concepts relating to the individual, very different from AI, which focuses on the concept of a pattern. And so we're going to be needing to look at that. The categories of evidence that are going to be available to us are going to change as humans, and we'll see about some of that today. And all of these concepts are going to be fundamentally challenged. So let's talk only very briefly about why. I want to just put a couple of concepts on the board, which is that AI has got two things that are going to be fundamental drivers that impact justice. It's got algorithms, which can come in the form of a neural network, which is driving some of the LLM advances that we're seeing right now, and data. In narrow AI, which is the AI that we've been seeing for the last decade or more, those are the tools that have already been in existence, as Judge Aldanes had already told us, in the media, in the criminal justice system. Those are smaller data sets. With generative AI, as I say to my American audiences, generative AI eats data for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It eats it all day, every day. There is no end to the appetite for generative AI on data. So what is AI doing? Both generative AI and narrow AI is learning to do thinking tasks, cognitive tasks. I say to people, the difference between sophisticated software and AI is that sophisticated software is software with learning embedded in the instruction sets. But AI actually learns itself. The tool, the software, is only the start of the journey of the AI. So today we've got, as Judge Aldanes has said, narrow AI that's been around for decades. We've started to see cases, often contract cases, often media cases, intellectual property cases, cases around discrimination in the human resources area, medical cases where AI is determining, for instance, whether or not a particular tumor might be malignant or not, marketing cases where there might be discrimination, inventory management cases where the tool may have improperly or inadequately predicted the level of inventory or done it just right. Those issues are already here among us, and we will start to see those issues in the courts again and again. And for narrow AI, the human designers, the human deployers of the AI can be found. And that concept is going to be very important for the judiciary, because the question of agency, who are the actors that are going to be bearing responsibility? That question is a question for the generation of lawyers, of advocates, of judges to come, because it is going to be vastly more complicated. So we've already got AI right now being used in the justice system. You may or may not be aware of it, but I'm certain that it's used over here as it is in parts of Europe where I've discussed AI, certainly in the United States, where vast amounts of data can find connections between people, can locate the flow of money to allow for far more sophisticated money laundering investigations. There's voice patterning that already exists, gait patterning, where they're able to determine by the movement how and who somebody is and how they may be behaving in a particular way relevant to a particular study. And of course, facial recognition. And we've also got now evidence that's coming into play through this narrow AI. Think of those tools of whatever the versions are worldwide, where you've got devices that you instruct to do certain things, that may be listening to you on an ongoing basis. The international borders do not apply to most of that. It's listening to you wherever you go. It listens to me here. It listens to me in the United States. Deepfakes. Deepfakes are a form of evidence which is enabled by AI, and it is supercharged by generative AI. It is the availability of videos of every one of us that are fake, that can make us say and do things on a video that we did not say and do. That also means it can make and say politicians saying things they never did. It can put people at the scene of a crime who were not there before. And it can erase people from the scene of a crime who were there. So there are lots and lots of current uses. But generative AI is a game changer. It takes all of those things that I've just talked about and it turbocharges them. It's the broadest form of AI that has ever occurred, and we are on the cusp of another advance just about the end of this year. In the next several months, we will be seeing another extraordinary advance in generative AI. How do we know that? We know that from some of the open AI issues happening right now in the United States with Sam Altman, where one of the issues is a huge advance in artificial general intelligence. So we are going to see more and more. But generative AI is a broad form of AI. It does all of those narrow tasks, but with one model that has been fine-tuned. And now we have something more than just an LLM. Today, we have something at the end of September and into October called multimodal LLMs. I encourage you to look it up. Look up multimodal LLMs. You can find the OpenAI GPT-4V system card. That is AI, generative AI, opening its eyes, taking in data, not just through text, but taking it in so that it can tell you why an elephant doesn't fly, not because you told it that the elephant couldn't fly, but it can see that the elephant doesn't have wings. It is absolutely transforming generative AI. And I think of generative AI, just sort of to baseline us, as Lego bricks. There's the LLM model is your bottom Lego. That's the LLM that's ChatGPT. Then there's another layer, a second Lego brick put on top. That's the fine-tuned generative AI model. That model will actually make a specific, domain-specific, very deep tool that can do extraordinary things. Now, there are issues with generative AI that make it problematic, for the judiciary to use, for lawyers to use, and for industry. Those two issues being worked on right now have to do primarily with accuracy, the so-called hallucinations, and confidentiality issues that are being also worked on. You can get versions of enterprise GPTs and enterprise models, but these are two significant issues. So we've got generative AI that is making content. Why? It can make all kinds of content, music, it can make content that's narrative, it can make content of every kind that you can imagine, based upon the utilization of huge amounts of data and neural networks, which is the algorithm piece of things, all right? It blows away the capabilities of narrow AI. And we can expect, as I've said, very significant changes in the near future. We are in a transformative moment for the industries that all of our countries deal with, which means the kinds of cases that you will see, that the judiciary will see, are going to be changing. The impacts are in every industry worldwide, and there is a race to improvements with differing international regulation, which is going to complicate things. Korea has a lighter touch than, for instance, the EU AI Act. India has yet a different touch. Singapore has yet a different touch. The United States, the executive order is basically a futuristic, maybe things will happen at some point, maybe, all right, who knows? There's going to be job impacts that's going to change the kinds of cases that come before you, and the velocity of change that you're going to see is unlike anything you've ever seen before. One issue that's going to be faced is locating whether there's human intent for issues and for different kinds of cases where intent is an issue and there's an AI aspect to that case. Finding human intent is going to be an issue, but finding agency intent and who has responsibility for that agency is going to be an issue. So we've got, again, every segment of industries if impacted. I spend now all of my time as a former judge, I'm in private practice dealing with AI with major corporations around the country, but also in Europe. And I deal with companies that are in tech, pharma, financial services, credit and lending, insurance, the media. AI and generative AI is in every single one of these industries today, and every one of them is looking at ways to find a use case that will work. In the legal realm, I speak a lot to audiences about particular tools for lawyers. Harvey and Co-Counsel are two of the American tools that do natural language queries that allow you to write a brief, to write a memorandum in seconds, to do legal research in a memo form about an entire area of the law in seconds. I have beta tested these tools extensively. They will absolutely transform the way the legal practice works because you won't need as many young lawyers. You're going to need lawyers with judgment, but the entire pyramid that used to have a lot of young lawyers at the bottom who worked their way up, that young lawyer role is going to be fundamentally transformed. And there's going to be these tools able to do cross-examination outlines. As Judge Aldana had said, there's an access to justice component of this that will be beneficial, where those individuals unable previously to access the legal system will now be able to use these tools to say, the following things have happened to me. Do I have a claim? And all of this raises legal issues. With generative AI, we're going to have challenging notions of evidence in the courtroom. What we thought of as, show me the tape. I want to see the scene of the crime. I want to see the evidence of the wire. I want to hear the evidence that we had on the wire. All of that can be now faked. And it can be faked in a way that is really extraordinarily realistic. And we're trying to keep up with it, but it's hard. And generative AI can now talk to us. We can have chatbots that actually can respond to us. Is there going to be a testimonial aspect to AI? And what do we do about the fact that different litigants before us are going to want to inquire into how AI reached a decision? They're going to want to inquire into the algorithm. Some of the algorithms for narrow AI might be comprehensible to mere mortals, but some are no longer comprehensible. They're in the black box of the neural network that now teaches itself how to learn, that now teaches itself how to code. So is it regulated or is it not regulated? One thing I say to judges is never forget that the laws that are on the books right now apply. Every legal system in the world has seen the advancement of technology over time, different advances. The internet came upon us. We found a way to adjust. We will adjust again. The laws that exist apply, but there will be new laws, and we will have to keep aware of them. There are going to be intellectual property issues about the utilization of content to train these models. There are going to be issues about defamation. Has a model made up something about someone that is reputationally damaging? What do we do about that? How do we prove? Who is going to prove that it was fake? When truth is a defense, what is truth? There will be name and likeness issues that will be about the issues when you have a deep fake, where you've got Tom Cruise acting in a movie he never acted in, or BTS singing a song it never ever sang. You will have these issues. Discrimination laws will be implicated across the world in all of their myriad ways in which they exist. Biometric laws, laws that exist in different places, certainly in the EU, the United States, the UK. I don't know about your biometric laws in terms of what's prohibited, but there are lots of laws now that have restrictions on the use of biometrics to target, for instance, marketing. You can use them, for instance, sometimes for things like fraud detection, but may not be able to hold on to them. These changes are coming. There are going to be rights to publicity that are going to be at issue. Deceptive and unfair practices acts are going to be at issue. Competition laws will be at issue. Why? Because price fixing between competitors can be done in ways that are not even necessarily intentional or advertent, but can be an algorithm chasing another algorithm, sharing information with another algorithm, or it can be intentional. And it will be the job of the legal process to figure all of that out. Ethical implications. We've got basic ethical issues that we're going to have to deal with. Fairness, because fairness may be different from accuracy. In other words, a model can work just right. The algorithm can work just right. It can use the data it's been given. It can be acting as it was designed to act. But it might be unfair. The result might be unfair. Why? Because if your data set is 10 years old, it's going to have a picture of the world that is no longer perhaps the world. As Judge Aldanis had said, you can have algorithmic bias about a policing practice about in the United States, the over-arrest of black men, when that now, those policing practices could have changed. And that can mean if you use a data set that's stuck in time, the past becomes prologue. Your normative view of the world is your view you've given to the AI. We will have higher levels of issues relating to control. How do we control this AI? How do we safely navigate this world with AI? What's our impact on the environment with AI, which takes such tremendous computing power? There are going to be due process issues. There's going to be responsibility and accountability issues. All of these, you will be on the front lines to decide, and your generation will be deciding them for the first time. You'll be making the laws. You will be showing us the way to justice with AI. Utilitarianism, I want to pause for one moment on it because it's important. AI defaults to utilitarianism. It's important to understand that when you're thinking about individual rights. It's important to understand that when you're thinking about theories of justice, to have it in your mind. Why does it default to utilitarianism? Because AI is about pattern recognition. It's about taking a large data set and having the patterns of the most rise to the top. That's why a pattern in data that we've left behind, a 10-year-old data set, can be so very dangerous. So utilitarian, if you're scoring, for instance, an individual according to a data set that individual may not be in, you may be scoring that personal individual according to what the biggest group pattern is, not to that individual's particular characteristics. So it's an issue to be watched. There are rules of professional conduct that we will face as people come before the courts using AI. Different places have different rules of the amount of competency the litigants must have with those accuracy issues I've already mentioned, using tools that are not yet ready, as they say in the United States, for prime time. There are going to be issues about whether tribunals, whether a judge will want to have litigants tell the judge, have you used AI? There are reasons to have that disclosure and reasons not. Why should you be burdened as part of the judiciary with the extra burden of now checking their work? They should have a duty to give you the best work. There's going to be issues about the professional independence of lawyers, issues about the unauthorized practice of law by tools, all of that. Justice issues. Justice and machine transgressions. Because we started this talk by talking about human transgressions and our laws being geared towards human transgressions. But now, our laws geared towards human ethics. That's going to change. We're going to need to adjust. Machines do not, and that should be yet, by the way, not yes. That was my mistake. I typed that slide all by myself. Machines do not yet know how to act ethically. It is not the case that AI magically comes out of the box acting ethically and morally. It is just a reflection of us. And all of these tools that are out there are reflections of all of the different programmers. As I've said, some of them are in their mother's basement drinking Mountain Dew at 3 a.m. and they are deciding what data set to include. Just pause on that for a moment. All right? So they act according to instructions, not to maybe what their parents taught them, not to what our culture has inspired and embedded into us in generations and hundreds of years. We are the progenitors. We are the parents of the AI, but they will be children who will act on their own, just as children always act on their own. So how are we going to allocate responsibility when we have this combination? For machines that err under human law, how do we find responsibility in that chain? Is it going to be that we have to find the human? Well, what about when the AI is working on a distributed computer network where there is no off switch? There's no convenient little button to push. It's everywhere, just like the internet. So are we going to find the closest human? Find the person in the basement drinking the Mountain Dew at 3 a.m. It's now 5 a.m. They wake up bleary-eyed and say, I have no idea why I picked that data set. It was handy. It was easy to get. So what do? This is the new age of AI that we are in. And I leave you with this. It will be the judges who will be deciding what justice is in the age of AI. Regulation is going to come. In the United States, there's algorithmic bias legislation at the state level, but we don't have good federal legislation. The EU AI Act is falling apart over the issues relating to foundation models, which is another word for these large language models. Maybe it'll come together. It's going to be a tough road. that leaves you on the front line of thinking about what is justice, how to find justice in the age of AI. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. We want to start the discussion with three panelists. The first panel is Mr. Paul Kwan. He is acting dean of Singapore Judicial College from Singapore. You will have maybe 7 or 10 minutes, please. Okay, you have a floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. Justice of the Constitutional Court of Korea, JRTI President, senior members of the Korean Judiciary, Judge Kim, Professor Kim, fellow speakers and panelists. 안녕하세요. And thank you very much for providing me with this wonderful opportunity to be back in Korea, and especially to provide my comments after hearing the riveting primers delivered by both President Eldana and Judge Forrest. I wish to begin the discussion with the lens by which to view AI. More than 2 decades ago, we grew disillusioned with the internet because users were dropping off, something in the tune of more than 2 million Britons, according to the Times in the year 2000. The focus then was on limitations of the internet, the overload of information, as well as the high cost of internet access. And we now know, with the benefit of hindsight, many decades later, that this doom and gloom is history. And the internet has become indispensable to humanity. Legal futurist Richard Susskind calls the current generative AI as the worst it will ever be. And that means, and that implies, the only way is up. Its potential is touted to rival that of the advent of the internet. But amidst this exuberance belies a cautionary tale. We have just heard from Judge Forrest that hallucinations are real. And a New York Times writer described his encounter with the darker side of Bing as being with a moody, maniac, depressive teenager who has been trapped against its will inside a second-rate search engine. We have also now learned from the recent OpenAI saga that Judge Forrest has alluded to about Q-search. Q-search, a breakthrough in the search for artificial general intelligence that could potentially threaten humanity. So it is against this backdrop that I wish to just highlight what we in Singapore are doing in terms of exploring large language models and what that brings for access to justice. We have started with experiments with base models, which is what Judge Forrest described them as base models, LLM chatbots. And our experience show and review the limitations of these language models, because they are only as good as it gets with the information that you continuously have to feed these chatbots with. And it's an iterative process. So to give you an idea of how tedious the entire process is, imagine trying to drain the entire ocean of knowledge with a spoon. That's the difficulty that we have encountered with baseline LLM chatbots. You then heard from Judge Forrest about Harvey. And this is what we are currently experimenting with Harvey on. And we have decided to ring fence it, take small steps, ring fence it, and see whether Harvey could be of any use to assisting pro se litigants in small claims cases. And we are exploring a couple of things in a couple of areas. First, we are seeing whether we can assist pro se litigants upstream. And this means helping them to ascertain whether there is a possible dispute from source materials, helping them to see whether the elements of the claim are all satisfied. You have heard from Judge Forrest about the capabilities of Harvey, and this means that Harvey will be able to assist pro se litigants to draft their witness statements. We are also seeing on the upstream whether Harvey could actually identify in the courtroom for us inconsistencies between the claim and the defense and other court documents. We are seeing whether Harvey can actually help us with unofficial translations of court documents using AI legal-focused translation engines. We are also treading quite carefully to see whether Harvey could actually assist the court and judges, because that's exciting for us. And we're trying to see whether Harvey could act as a summarization and key assessment tool to help us to suggest questions that we may want to ask parties about their respective strengths and weaknesses. And of course, whether Harvey can actually help us prepare our judgments when and only when we decide what the decision is. So we let Harvey know, okay, I'm going to find for the plaintiff. I think these are a couple of points to support my decision, and Harvey will assist and see whether it can flesh out those points or find out supporting points for your decision. So, wearing my hat in the Judicial College, this is a conversation that I wish to have with the JRTI. This has implications for the way we teach and train our judges. And the question is, how do you encourage the use of technology in the courtroom? Can I suggest that it starts really in the classroom? And I know that this is shameless advertisement, but I'm going to make my point very, very soon. It starts in the classroom because this entails leveraging on safe and neutral learning spaces to get judges to be comfortable with the use of technology. I think earlier on, the former Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of Korea made a very pertinent point that we do not want to go back in the past of manual filing and doing things manually. And in that same spirit, I urge you to resist the clamor to go back to the physical classroom to deliver training and learning, and continue to deliver interactive instruction using education technology tools so that your judges continue to be familiar with technology in a very safe and neutral space. So much so that when they go into the courtroom and when technology is missing, they automatically feel that something is missing and that they would want to use technology in their courtroom. Can you teach your judges everything under the sun? Can you teach them the next big thing or every next big thing? The reality shows that this is just not possible because as your acting Chief Justice and your JRTI President has rightly and astutely pointed out, the world is changing and the world is transforming. And the half-life of knowledge is just decreasing by the day. What you know today will be obsolete in a couple of months, if not weeks or days. And so the goal is not so much to create learning for judges as it is creating learning judges who can approach self-learning in an efficient, effective, and in the words of your acting Chief Justice, adaptive way. We must make our judges adaptive learning judges. How do we do this? What is the secret sauce? Because Korea is a friend to us, I'm going to share with you what we are thinking of as the secret sauce. Because most of these conferences, they don't tell you the secret. I will tell you the secret, right, behind what we are thinking of. And it is this. Our role is to make judges aware of what's happening around them. Our job is to make them alive to the issues that they will have to deal with and therefore have to grapple with in the future. And then you give them the learning competencies to learn new things, new frontiers, new areas. In short, what we are teaching them to do is to learn how to learn, point them where they should be learning, and leave the learning to themselves, reverting back only to your traditional role of teaching and delivering instructions in the most insurmountable hurdles to them. Otherwise, we should be teaching them how to learn and leaving them to learn on their own, but pointing them in the correct direction where they have to pay attention to. In the language of this conference, what we do is we will have to identify future paradigm shifts for our judges so that they are ahead of the curve rather than merely responding to them. And when your judges see how easy it is to learn new things and the transactional benefits that it brings to their judicial work, then you develop that passion for independent learning so that they can learn on their own and it becomes second nature to them. So, in terms of, generative AI and indeed technology, what should the approach be? You can't just tell them the technology. You can't just tell them the technology. To be sure, they need to be alive with the issues. I'm not arguing with that. And Judge Forrest just gave us, a 30-minute primer. That's exactly what they need. This is telling them the technology, right? Telling them what issues they need to be alive to. But we have to go one step further. We have to show them the technology, for one. And two, more importantly, you have to let them experiment with the technology, and if possible, weave that into their everyday work and life. And in Singapore, what we are doing is to try and see whether we can make use of ChatGPT in the writing work that our public officers have to be involved in. I promise this is going to be my last slide, and what I want to end off with is this. So, they know what the technology is, they know what issues they have to grapple with, they see the technology, they use the technology, right? But there are still going to be some judges who are reluctant, right, to use this technology for fear of coloring outside the lines. And this is what President Aldana has alluded to. Where are my guardrails? Where are my guidelines? Because, and I suggest, true freedom comes with knowing where your boundaries are. You cannot freely and safely use technology if you do not know where the OB markers are. But once you do know where the lines are, you can then safely color within the lines. And can I suggest, in the area of generative AI, we need to come up with, first and foremost, guidelines that will govern the use of generative AI by the courts and by the judges. I flash on the screen a very useful set of draft guidelines that are promulgated by the courts of New Zealand, and there's a QR code for you to scan. I deliberately share the guidelines with you that is available publicly because it will lead into the later discussion of how important it is, and Judge Forrest has already alluded to this, on international collaboration, not only in the space of generative AI, but in judicial education and judicial cooperation. So I look forward to elaborating and expanding on that in the session in the afternoon. So thank you very much for bearing with me. I'll hand over the floor back to Chair.
Okay, thank you so much for your great speech. Please give a big applause to him. 다음 두 분은
Yes, and we have experts from Korea that are to follow. We have Professor Park Hae-jin from Hanyang University. You have 7 to 10 minutes.
네, 안녕하세요. 박혜진입니다.
Hello, everyone. I am Hae-jin Park, as introduced. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentations and comments. And it's true that AI can be integrated in the judicial process in various fronts, but I would like to focus on one particular front, which has to do with the potential areas of utilizing AI as a decision support tool in the judicial process. Korean experts, with regard to the judicial process, when a judge can use AI, the particular areas that are cited is typically a criminal case that has to do with sentencing or family-related cases, or bankruptcy, divorce, property division, custody, appointment of guardians, as well as fines. So it's criminal, civil, as well as family. And you can see that you can start off with one particular domain and you will be able to actually expand out the application. So in developing such tools, what kind of areas should we be more concerned about and needs our attention? Well, it's first about the trustworthiness of AI decision support tools. This was mentioned a number of times in various presentations, and the first would be accuracy, second being fairness, and third would be transparency. So first, if you want to be assisted with the AI in the judicial process, that AI tool has to be accurate as much as the human judge. In the case of Compass, when you compare the recidivism, the Compass actually was not as accurate. The accuracy of the Compass tool was just 65%, noted being not that high. So then, it's important to make sure that we have an accurate evaluation of the accuracy of this tool. And the second point would be on fairness. As was mentioned, in the US, in 2016, ProPublica has indicated that Compass was indeed unfair, and that has led to a lot of discourse on the issue of fairness and accuracy of the algorithm. So, in terms of deciding whether an AI tool is fair or not, there could be a number of indicators or standards that can come into play. And the first, if I may indicate 3, one would be whether it be race or gender. There could be specific causes that lead to discrimination to make sure that the algorithm would not consider any of these elements. But if that is the case, what happens is that the accuracy of the prediction may drop. And in addition to that, typically, in the case of women, generally they have a lower probability of recidivism than men. And so, without considering gender, what would happen is the result would be an overprediction of women's recidivism compared to men, or recidivism risk compared to men. So that could be one issue that may arise. And the second would be that the false positive rate or the false negative rate of different groups. In other words, to have a standard that requires performance indicators such as such rates to be the same between different groups. And ProPublica has indicated this very issue. However, you can see that this is not necessarily due to the bias of the algorithm itself. Rather, it may be because of the different distribution of recidivism risk in the population. So this was actually a rebuttal to that. So if you think about the population, if there's a difference in distribution of such risk, to actually achieve the so-called classification equivalence and to have high-risk black defendants as low risk and to classify low-risk white defendants as high risk, leading to such issues, was also something that was raised as a criticism. And the third standard could be if the predicted risk scores are the same, we can apply a standard which states that the actual probability of recidivism should be the same for blacks and whites. So depending on what kind of, let's say, judgment would actually be applied, AI, of course, the different fairness standard can be applied, and it is necessary to set appropriate fairness standards for the algorithm and to evaluate the fairness of algorithm in advance accordingly. But if human bias is reflected in the historical data that trains the algorithm then necessarily it will inevitably become unfair. So apart from the fairness of the algorithm itself, fairness of the data is also an issue that should not be overlooked. It may be the case that already the data in itself is biased, and maybe the trained data, if you look at the population distribution of the data, the learned data, may be different from the population distribution of the group to which the algorithm is to be applied. And another issue has to do with transparency. If you use a very complex algorithm, and especially if you think about generative AI, this could be an issue. And especially for criminal cases, there could be where the defendant's procedural rights and the right to defense, when this has to be applied, it could get more complex. There are two main reasons behind the opacity of AI. First would be the opacity caused by companies that developed AI not disclosing their information, citing it as trade secret. Another interesting case was the situation in Wisconsin, the case of Loomis versus Wisconsin, where they've used Compass as a risk assessment tool to identify recidivism, and sentencing followed. But of course, the defendant did understand that the source code was not disclosed by the company, and that issue was raised by the defendant. However, the developer has said that the algorithm is a trade secret, and they decided not to disclose their source code. So then if we think about the judicial process of a criminal case, can we actually think about the economic benefits when the impact can be so significant? And another second reason behind the opacity of AI is because AI is identified as a black box. In other words, even the developers themselves sometimes cannot understand why, when they input X, they would get an output value of Y. So this is one key characteristic behind the opacity of AI. The reason why this algorithm is being used is to raise the performance, the level of performance. But in order to raise the transparency of the algorithm, utilizing an interpretable algorithm in some sense may lead to a degradation of performance, as some would say. However, if it has to do with the defendant's rights to defense as well as their procedural rights, the black box algorithm compared to the interpretable algorithm, unless there is that true exception that the former is more credible, it's true that such rights need to be guaranteed. So we've been looking into the case of using AI in decision making. So accuracy, fairness, and transparency can be an issue in the process. However, if you think about the AI model in itself, on whether this is fair or not, if we think about the final decision making by the judge that uses this AI and whether this individual is actually accurate and fair is also something to verify. Typically, when the judge uses AI as for decision support, whether they decide to override the decision made by the AI or whether to make a different decision, of course, it's at the discretion of the human decision maker. Typically, the algorithmic recommendation may be more accurate. However, depending on the case, the judge may accept this recommendation or may override or ignore this. And if there can be that judgment call to decide whether this was a biased judgment or not, it's true that the final decision or the sentencing by the judge may be more accurate. However, if the judge cannot actually assess whether this algorithm is accurate or not, whether he or she cannot evaluate, we cannot say that the final decision by the judge would be more accurate than the recommendation. So, when using AI as a decision support tool, in order to raise the accuracy, there should be further research that should be implemented and executed. And also, whether the human decision-making assisted by algorithm, whether this is fair is another issue. In 2011, in the U.S. state of Kentucky, it's true that there were cases when there are bail decisions to be made based on recommendations by the risk prediction tool. The judge may take this recommendation or it can be ignored. But studies have shown that judges ignore recommendations and deny bail more often when suspects are black than when they are white, increasing racial disparities. And this trend has also been reconfirmed in similar experimental studies. So when we note all of these cases, whether human decision-making using algorithm is more fair or not is something that needs to be verified. When introducing AI decision support tools, there are some areas for consideration, if I may bring this all together. First is it is necessary to determine for which decision it is appropriate to use AI decision-making tools. Let's say that if it's about anticipating whether a specific case arose or not, of course, algorithm may provide some value. However, if it's about the discretion of the decision maker and weighing the various factors such as conflicting goals or values, it may be less appropriate. And the second point is that the AI decision support tool in itself, its accuracy, fairness, transparency, and trustworthiness is something that has to be verified. And the third is when the decision maker uses the AI decision tool, it needs to make sure that it improves the decision that's made. In other words, if the algorithm is incorporated into the decision-making process, it should be that it leads to a more accurate and more fair decision and reliable decision. And as was mentioned by President Aldana, utilizing pilot programs to verify in advance and also post-verification is also something that would be necessary. So that is all for my comments. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite over our final discussant from Incheon District Court. We have presiding judge Oh Se-young. You have 7 to 8 minutes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As was introduced, I am Oh Se-young, presiding judge of Incheon District Court. I would like to avail myself of this opportunity to thank JRTI and JRTI President for this great opportunity. I understand that we heard 2 very insightful presentations, so I thought about how I should prepare my discussion, because if you think about it, the 2 presentations, they were very insightful, very informative, and they were very broad in terms of scope. So I thought that I would prepare something that is not searchable in Google and share with you some information and data that is not that easily found. So with that in mind, I prepared my discussion. So first of all, AI judge. If we were to introduce AI judges, what are the pros and cons? I was able to locate a survey about this topic, and as you can see on the left-hand side, the survey was included in this book. So this book is something that I wrote 2 years ago. AI, and with the development of AI technologies, what is the future of judges going to be? So that's the title of my book, published 2 years ago. So by 2050, so that's 30 years from now, I gave it a try and made some forecasts. So there is a method called scenario planning. So as AI technologies develop, there are 3 different paths. And I also thought about AI judges and how receptive the public will be. And there are 3 different options. So 3 multiplied by 3 equals 9. So 9 different scenarios are introduced in this book. So under the 9 different scenarios, which scenario would be the most promising one, or would be the most aligned one with the reality of the future? So in order to understand that, we did a survey. We've asked survey questions to 3 different groups of respondents. First, we have experts in AI technology, and second, incumbent judges, and third, experts in future strategies. So I'm about to share with you the results of that survey. So first of all, I have listed here pros. So I've asked 5 different questions to these experts, and I've allowed the respondents to select multiple answers if they want to. So what are the advantages of adopting AI judges? Number 1 pro that was cited was that we can ensure consistency and predictability in trial results. And second, there is a possibility of fair and rigorous trials. And third, we can eliminate biases arising from the tendencies or values of individual judges. And fourth, we can enable swift and quicker trials. And number 5, by replacing human judges with AI judges, we can save a national budget. So I'd like to share with you the answer that was most voted for, and that's number 4, enabling quicker trials. So many Korean experts pointed to number 4 as the biggest benefit of AI judges, and number 2, the second answer, the pro that got most answer, was possibility of fair and rigorous trials, and number 3 was eliminating biases arising from the tendencies or values of individual judges, and ensuring consistency and predictability, and budget saving actually got the least votes. Now the cons. Number 1, inability to examine an individual's specific circumstances. Number 2, there can be concerns regarding the opacity and bias of algorithms. And number 3, difficulty of changing case laws and precedents to accord with the spirit of the times. And number 4, difficulties in handling cases without a case law. And number 5, fear of unfair outcomes due to malfunctions, hacking, and etc. So let's see which got the most votes. The biggest problem that was identified was, as the speakers already pointed out, was the concerns regarding the lack of transparency and bias in the algorithms, and third, difficulties in handling cases without a precedent, and malfunction and hacking possibilities, and difficulty of changing precedents to accord with the changing spirit of the times, and finally, inability to examine an individual's specific circumstances. So again, in Korea, with regard to the emergence of AI judges, these were the answers that the respondents shared in the survey that we conducted. Now, what you see on the slide is quite interesting. Now, I love watching tennis games. And when I was watching a tennis match, there was an episode that I really wanted to share with you all. In recent years, when there's a tennis match, here we have a judge. Normally, however, they are being now replaced by artificial intelligence referees. So there is now an AI tool that automatically interprets and lets us know whether or not the ball is in or out. So I was actually watching a tennis match on TV. And this screenshot is something that I have prepared myself. It's not something that actually happened. So this is Hawkeye. It's an example here. So as you can see, Hawkeye interpreted that the ball was in. Of course, a tennis player was complaining and sharing his or her frustration, but the recorded video image was later on disclosed, and you can see that the Hawkeye result did not match with the video image. So I was quite surprised. Of course, in many cases, or most cases, artificial intelligence referees can be accurate. However, in this particular case, perhaps maybe because of lack of data or malfunction, this was the result. And this shows us that AIs do make mistakes, and it's not always 100% accurate. So we have to be mindful of the fact that the AIs are not always accurate. And this is the kind of personal experience that I had, and I prepared a case study with you. And earlier, I think that this may sound a bit redundant, but let's say we have AI in the courtroom, and because I'm a judge myself, what will be some of the challenges and issues that we would encounter because of the emergence of AI? I know that it was brought up by Judge Forrest, but AI, when approaching individual cases, don't really consider individuals' characteristics. Rather, it only focuses on patterns, and based on the patterns identified, it will guide to a certain outcome. But let's say there is a wise judge, and this judge identifies the points that are missing in AI interpretation. So that's a possibility. Let's say, for example, when in a sentencing system incorporated with AI technology, let's say, shares with the judges the boundary, but the judge looks into the boundary more closely and tries to render a decision that is contradicting with the AI tool. In that case, then there can be all these different issues. Although the judge may be wise and etc., he or she can encounter many challenges just because his or her decision contradicts or is different from the decision or the conclusion reached by the AI tool. They would have to explain themselves why they have chosen a different path compared to the AI, so that's going to be very laborious. And because of that, there can be some criticism from the litigants who are not satisfied with the judgment, and with the increasing number of caseloads, sometimes just following AI can be easier. But if you let that happen, then there can be accelerated dependency on AI. Now, we try to prevent that, but there is no guarantee. So again, I think that the standing of the wise judges who try to render a decision that is different from AI will become shaky. So that is one possible concern going forward. And finally, before I close, I would like to share with you one concern of mine. Now, if we were to use AI and AI tools in the arena of judiciary. Now, if we limit the use to just reference materials, then that would be okay. However, if we let AI make final decisions or make material decisions, then how are we going to, before we introduce AI, verify that AI can actually perform that duty and task? Of course, as I mentioned earlier, I think that post and pre-verification is going to be very important. Especially President Aldana, during his presentation, mentioned something similar, and I do have a question to President Aldana in that aspect. Give me a sec. So I'm sure that you talked about assessment or evaluation algorithm. So pre and during AI introduction, you talked about how we can use that evaluation tool. So if you can elaborate how that actually takes place, I would be very appreciated. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 정말
Yes, thank you very much. I do have to say that I've learned so much from this conference than any other session I've participated, but unfortunately we just have 4 minutes till lunch, but I do not want to be criticized to not giving the floor the chance to ask questions. I know that we're right before lunch, but if there is a member of the audience with a comment or a question, please raise your hand.
네, 자발적으로 포기하신
I believe that I guess everybody did voluntarily give up on this opportunity. But I believe that the very last question was quite interesting. And I do know that we would like to hear some last remarks from both of our speakers. So yes, you may respond to the question posed. So President Aldana, since there was a question posed, you can actually respond to the question and also provide us with some concluding remarks for session 1. And also Judge Catherine Forrest, I would also like to ask you to provide us with some final comments for this session.
The question you had, I think it was regarding my presentation about pilot programs and evaluation and monitoring. So I'm not exactly sure that if your question was dealing with that or something more specific with the AI. Is that accurate? Right. So I mean, I think it's in terms of testing and pilot projects, the evaluation piece is critical, I think, in moving and assessing what we do with AI in the courtroom. So that was just my point. But because this general final comments, I think JRTI International Conference, I think this is probably the 3rd time that AI has been a central topic, and every year it gets elevated to a little more serious level where we really need to collaborate in how we educate judges. I mentioned briefly the UNESCO project. Next year, the National Judicial College will be offering a course in AI, but I think that more cooperation in how ensuring that all judges around the world gets the right kind of education to understand this technology so that it doesn't take over, rather that we control it. And again, my point about the judiciary taking the lead, it's really critical. So, thank you.
And I just want to thank the 3 commentators for their extraordinary remarks. Very, very interesting. And to say that, number one, I think we heard how the internet was talked about as just a sort of a hype and a fad and a moment in time, and I think we hear a little bit about that with AI as well. And I, for one, think it's here to stay because the economics of it, the efficiencies and the potential value of it drive business adoption, and that's going to change it. And so I see that there. With then we had a discussion about algorithmic bias, which has been talked about, I think, here quite a lot. And that will be true with generative AI, just as it is with the narrow AI tools, and it's going to be something for all of us to watch. And lastly, I would just say, I found it very interesting to look at the slides and to see the judges' responses to some of the questions that were asked, in particular, how close for that second slide all of the judges were. There was 58, and then 50, 50, 48, 47, or something like around that. And that just really shows us that we're sort of coming to a central point. So I think I wanted just to thank everyone for the remarks, which have also helped educate me even further.
네, 감사합니다. 아마 여러분들께서
Yes, thank you very much. I do know that all of our participants sought much insight. Typically, we think about before transformer and after transformer because you can see that generative AI has actually shown what can be possible. And you can see that we have general AI, and this will probably be the starting point of a completely new era. And if so, there could be major implications for the judiciary. And I believe that today's discussion will, of course, lead to the judiciary also utilizing general AI. And we, of course, will have to take a prudent role in that regard. And I also want to mention this September, there was an amendment to the Privacy Act of Korea, and I was the chair of the Amendment Council. In the process of the amendment, there were some key considerations, and the greatest concern had to do with automated decisions. And this, of course, impacts the judiciary as well. So if you do need to make a judicial decision, and if there is any automated decision making that is involved, when we say the citizen can object, we're not sure whether this actually has to do with an appeal or not. But then we've actually looked into the many possibilities of actually making objection or appeal. So when using AI in the judicial process, I think that it can have a great impact, and including explainability, and also we've also added a human touch to it in actually reviewing a decision that has been made. So there's also the substantive law and many other legal regulations that we have to look into. So I do know that there is a major disclose out there, and there are some changes and transformation to the legal grounds. So I hope that you can take that into account as well in your work. So we had excellent speakers and panelists for this session. Thank you very much, and a big round of applause for all of our participants, please.
Thank you very much for the insightful presentations and valuable discussions. Please give up another round of applause to our moderator, speakers, and panelists. This brings us to the end of the first session. And the afternoon session will begin at 2 o'clock. So please enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much. 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 신인법관 및 일반 참가자 5차는 지하 1층 구내식.
Ladies and gentlemen, for general participants, we have lunch prepared in the B1 floor, and the efficient luncheon prepared for the presenters and also the discussants are waiting for you on the second floor at Mugunghwa Hall. Thank you.
잠시 후 오후 행사가 시작될 예정이오니 외부에 계신 참가자 여러분들께서는 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 아울러 컨퍼런스의 원활한 진행을 위해 소지하고 계신 휴대전화는 무음이나 진동으로 전환해 주시기 바랍니다. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence your phones. Once again, please take your seats. The second session will begin shortly at 2. 이번 컨퍼런스에서는 참석해 주신 여러분들의 편의를 위해 한국어와 영어, 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 필요하신 분들은 리시버를 이용해 주시기 바랍니다. 한국어는 채널 1번, 영어는 채널 2번입니다. Simultaneous interpretation will be provided during the sessions. So please take your receivers and select the language of your choice. Channel 1 is for Korean, Channel 2 is for English. 오늘 행사는 사법연수원 유튜브 채널로도 실시간 중계됩니다. The conference is broadcasted live on YouTube JRTI channel. Thank you. 계셔요? 다 계셔요? The session 2 of the conference will begin shortly. I would like to now invite all speakers, panelists, and the moderator of the second session up to the stage. Thank you. I would like to now invite all speakers, panelists, and the moderator of the second session up to the stage. Good afternoon. We will now start with the second session on the climate crisis and judicial response. The moderator for this session is Justice Kim Hyung-do of the Constitutional Court of Korea. He is a former Vice Minister of the National Court Administration and served as a Deputy Chief Judge at Seoul Central District Court. Now, I would like to hand over the microphone to Justice Kim. Justice Kim, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm honored to be the moderator for this conference, particularly in session 2, titled "The Climate Crisis and Judicial Response." Let me outline the key aspects of this session. The phenomenon of global warming is marked by irreversibility. Even if carbon emissions cease in the future, the Earth's temperature won't immediately decrease due to the accumulated carbon already emitted in the atmosphere. Natural neutralization of emitted carbon is very limited. It is approximately only 5%. If those accumulation of carbon would exceed the tipping point, the world will face really serious global climate disaster. This ongoing increase in atmospheric carbon poses a significant threat, emphasizing the urgent need for intensified global efforts to reduce carbon emissions. On the other hand, the current challenge revolves around determining equitable carbon emission allowances for each country. It is a question of fair share of global carbon budget. Despite the Paris Agreement setting emission limits for 195 member countries, debates persist on the adequacy of these limits and whether countries adhere to them. Concerns about fairness and potential economic losses arise from suspicions that some countries may not comply. Governments worldwide face more than 100 climate-related lawsuits, and today's our speakers and panelists bring diverse expertise to enrich our understanding. Currently, there are 5 climate change-related lawsuits awaiting resolution in the Constitutional Court of Korea. Remarkably, one of the claimants was a fetus, unborn baby, referred to as 딱따구리, meaning a woodpecker in Korean, at the time of filing. While the baby had not yet been born at the time of filing in 2022, 딱따구리 already had come into the world. This year, 2023. Time moves swiftly, emphasizing the urgency of addressing global warming. I trust that the discussions in session 2 will significantly contribute to resolving these pending cases in the Korean Constitutional Court. So let me introduce our distinguished speakers. First up is Professor Gerd Winter. Professor Winter holds a position at the University of Bremen in Germany, where he dedicates himself to teaching research and publications on environmental law within comparative European and international frameworks. Notably, he is the founder and co-director of the Research Center for European Environmental Law at the University of Bremen. His expertise is further demonstrated through his membership in various high-level advisory committees, including those involved in drafting the German Environmental Law Code. Let's extend a big round of applause to Professor Winter. Next, we have Professor Mary Wood. Where is Mary Wood? Zoom. Where is the screen of the Mary Wood? Can you hear us? Okay? Oh yeah. Good afternoon to you. Yeah. Professor Mary Christina Wood holds the distinguished position of Philip H. Knight Professor of Law at the University of Oregon in the United States. As the faculty director of the law school's highly regarded Environmental and Natural Resources Law Center, she has earned acclaim as an award-winning professor and co-author of leading textbooks on public trust law and natural resources law. Her influential book, Nature's Trust, Environmental Law for a New Ecological Age, introduces a novel global ecological responsibility paradigm. Professor Wood is renowned for originating the legal approach known as atmospheric trust litigation, currently employed in cases advocating for youth worldwide, holding governments accountable to reduce carbon pollution within their jurisdictions. Additionally, she has developed a corresponding approach called atmospheric recovery litigation, aiming to make fossil fuel companies responsible for funding an atmospheric recovery plan using natural climate solutions to reduce excess carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Let's warmly welcome Professor Mary with a big round of applause. Next, we have Mr. Dennis van Berkel. Dennis van Berkel serves as a legal counsel for the Agenda Foundation in the Netherlands, internationally recognized as an expert in framing state duties concerning climate change. He played a pivotal role in the landmark Agenda case. Agenda case resulted in the Supreme Court of the Netherlands ordering the Dutch state to further reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Agenda case was the first case in the world in which a court found the duty of the state to reduce emission to protect its inhabitants against the dangerous impacts of climate change. The case inspired a global wave of climate cases. Mr. Van Berkel co-founded and directs the Climate Litigation Network. He continues to offer expert advice to plaintiffs and courts involved in numerous climate cases across the globe. Let's show our appreciation with a big round of applause for Mr. Van Berkel. Next on our agenda is Honorable former Justice Michael Wilson. Justice Michael D. Wilson, a distinguished former Justice of the Hawaii Supreme Court in the United States, contributed significantly to the legal landscape. His service includes being an Associate Justice of the Hawaii Supreme Court from 2014 to 2023. And a circuit court judge for the Hawaii First Circuit from 2000 to 2014. Let's express our gratitude with a big round of applause for Justice Wilson. Now, let's welcome Professor Siwon Park. Professor Park is a professor at Gangwon National University Law School in Korea. She specialized in teaching climate change law and energy law. Her extensive background includes serving as a legal counsel at the Global Green Growth Institute, a prominent global think tank focused on climate change and supporting green growth initiatives in developing countries. Commencing her environmental law career at the Korea Environmental Institute, Professor Park played a pivotal role advising the Korean delegation to United Nations climate change meetings, influencing government agendas and drafting negotiation documents. Let's show our appreciation with a big round of applause for Professor Park. Next, let's extend a warm welcome to Honorable Kyu-hong Lee. Judge Lee currently serves as the presiding judge at Seoul High Court in Korea. His judicial journey began in 1995 when he was appointed as a judge. And since then, he has held various roles, including the constitutional researcher at the Constitutional Court of Korea, and the professor specializing in civil law and IP law at JRTI. As a noteworthy accomplishment, he co-authored Korean business law and has contributed numerous articles, such as a review on the environmental rights, science and technology, and patent system in ecological transition. Let's express our appreciation with a big round of applause for Judge Kyu-hong Lee. After the speeches and panel discussion, if time permits, we are going to receive a few questions from the floor. So please prepare your questions in the floor. 한국어로 좀 말씀드리는데요.
Now I would like to switch over to Korean. After we hear all the presentations from the speakers, we will be collecting questions from the floor. We are providing simultaneous interpretation service, therefore you're free to speak or ask your questions in Korean. And I understand that we also have notes distributed to you. So if you can jot down your questions, then our staff members can hand over the question sheets to me, and I will select some of the questions for you. We have excellent presenters and also panel discussants, so please take advantage of this opportunity.
The keynote address is how to apply fundamental rights to climate legislation. And simultaneous interpretation is provided during the session, so please speak clearly and refrain from talking too fast. You have 20 minutes, and Professor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Judge Kim, for your friendly introduction. I'm honored to be invited to this outstanding event, and I must add that I find it very useful and even brilliant to have a justice training center. We don't have this in our country, and I think it should be imported from Korea to Germany. Judicial responses to climate change, which is the subject of this conference, have surged over the last decade and taken many forms. My presentation will concentrate on actions brought by citizens against states, focusing on actions contesting legislation or omission of the same for violating fundamental rights. I shall take the decision of the German Federal Constitutional Court of March 2021 for illustration purposes. I'm aware of the fact that this case was very well reported already in a supplement to the pending constitutional complaint at the Korean Constitutional Court, and also in a document of the Human Rights Commission of Korea, so that I'm a little bit afraid that I bring olds to Athens, which means to bring knowledge to communities who already know. But when presenting the case, I will add some comments which may bring a little bit of new thoughts to the discourse you already have here. The claimants of the case, the German case, were minors and adult persons with different occupations, including farmers with particular exposition to climate change, most of them living in Germany, but some in Bangladesh and Nepal. They alleged that the emission reduction target set by the German Climate Protection Act was insufficient, thereby violating their fundamental rights to health and property. I shall first summarize the reasons given by the court and then discuss comments made on them. On admissibility, for legal standing, the court commonly checks whether claimants are personally, presently, and directly affected. The court accepted that they were personally concerned. It found it irrelevant that there is a multitude of persons harmed by climate change. As for present concern, the court held that present action or omission, if irreversibly predetermining the future, can be regarded as present. Concerning direct concern, the court found that the Climate Act, although requiring the adoption of many implementing acts, nevertheless has direct effect by allowing an overall quantity of greenhouse gases to be emitted. Concerning the merits of the case, the court did not assume a general right to a healthy environment, a right you have here in your constitution. The German constitution only establishes specific rights, such as the rights to health and property, which nevertheless are interpreted to involve an environmental dimension insofar as the specific right depends on acceptable environmental conditions. Article 20A of the German Basic Law does establish a general obligation of the state to protect the natural conditions of life and also for future generations, even not yet living ones, but it is interpreted as an objective duty only, not entailing a subjective right. Interestingly, the court regards this principle to be justiciable, although granting the responsible institutions a broad margin of appreciation. The obligation, even though objective, is important as standard applicable in interinstitutional proceedings. In addition, as will be mentioned later on, it does play a role in the interpretation of subjective rights, strengthening their weight if interferences with them are balanced against other public interests. Two settings of fundamental rights are discussed by the court: a positive obligation of the state to ensure environmental conditions of human health and property, and a negative obligation to avoid future restrictions of energy use. I shall explain the two types in turn, adding a third when commenting on the decision. Concerning the first setting, the court construes the rights to health and to property as subjectivized, positive obligations of the state to protect persons from harmful climate change effects. These obligations extend to the future life conditions of present younger generations. The court concedes that Germany cannot alone provide such protection, but that does not alleviate the responsibility of the state. Quite to the contrary, the obligation triggers a duty of the state to engage in international climate protection policies. However, the court practices judicial self-restraint, acknowledging latitude of the political branches of government, so that in effect it does not regard the margin of discretion to be exceeded, considering that the Climate Act has in fact introduced measures that are not totally inappropriate, and that adaptation measures could also be taken in order to protect health and property. In conclusion, the court finds the obligation to protect not to be violated. While positive obligations are familiar ground in fundamental rights doctrine, the second setting is new. It helps to understand the concept if one notes that the court here focuses on the availability of energy, including related greenhouse gas emissions, as a precondition of the enjoyment of fundamental rights. It opens up the concerned rights to almost any freedom of action. The focus on natural conditions of rights is therefore shifted from a healthy environment to the availability of energy resources. By setting reduction targets and limiting emission quantities for the main emission sectors, the Climate Act implicitly authorizes actors to release greenhouse gases. By allowing emissions at present, the state reduces future emission possibilities, forcing it to drastically restrict them in future. In order to prevent such dire future, the present emissions must be curbed. This is called an adverse effect of future interferences. In the court's words, quote, the annual emission quantities permitted by the Climate Protection Act thus have an unavoidable intervention-like adverse effect on the possibilities remaining after 2030, the target year of the Act, to actually make use of the freedom protected by fundamental rights, unquote. This adverse effect is supported by other constitutional principles. At this point, Article 20A of the Basic Law, with its protection of the natural life conditions, comes in as interpretive guidance, adding up to the weight of rights to preserving future life conditions. The court specifies the obligation to distribute emissions over time by applying the so-called budget approach. Drawing on scientific advice, it calculates as follows. A global budget of emissions that are from 2020 onwards allowable is derived from a warming limit of 1.75 degrees Celsius, which marks the ceiling of well below 2 degrees fixed by the Paris Agreement. Germany's national share in the global budget is counted using the present per capita criterion. This results in only 6.7 degrees, 6.7 gigatons of emissions remaining for Germany in 2020, which, assuming current spending practices, will leave only 1 gigaton for the years after 2030. Nevertheless, somewhat surprisingly, the court does not conclude that the emission quantities presently allowed by the Climate Act are too large. It deems it to be within the margin of political discretion to calculate the available budget more generously, considering also the uncertainty of scientific assessments. The final anchor the court then drops is the principle of proportionality. The court argues that the available budget must be allocated balancing the interests in present and future living conditions in order to avoid the future encroachments. The affected rights demand that emissions must be cut back today, and substantial quantities of allowable emissions must be reserved for the time after 2030. As a corollary effect, such early action provides for the necessary learning time for the transformation of law and society. However, the court does not itself specify how the budget is to be shared over time. Practicing, again, self-restraint, it only states that the Climate Act does not provide emission quantities for the time after 2030, leaving the details to the determination by parliamentary law and executive measures framed by law. I shall now discuss a number of problems that have been raised in the aftermath of the court decision. The first is on law and politics. Many commentators argued that climate protection is too complex and universal a problem to be solved by applying fundamental rights. Others pointed to the fact that, after all, fundamental rights exist and must be respected also by the political institutions. And it would be strange if the most urgent and dramatic damage we are facing cannot be addressed by fundamental rights. My own answer would add two observations. First, the judicial branch has its genuine source of legitimation as an independent, non-majoritarian arena of deliberation, in this way being a corollary of the democratically legitimated institutions. Second, in search of a line between legal and political questions, the so-called Baker test suggested by the US Supreme Court helps, which simply asks if for the question, quote, judicially discoverable and manageable standards for resolving it, unquote, are available. I believe both of the settings of fundamental rights I've described do constitute such standards. On the question of negative and positive obligations, many commentators regretted that the court, when examining the positive obligation, did not conclude that the margin of legislative discretion was overstepped, or in constitutional terms, that there was a violation of the prohibition of inactivity, in German Untermaßverbot. However, the court has always been reluctant in pushing the legislator to action. It feels more comfortable with examining negative obligations because in such cases the court has a specific measure to examine and is not compelled to decide about a broad scope of options. Nevertheless, I submit that climate change effects are sufficiently grave and exceptional to nevertheless justify a declaration of violation of positive obligations in those states in which the reduction target is utterly insufficient. My own approach would be a third setting. By allowing and allocating emission allowances, the state is itself intervener because it entitles actors to emit greenhouse gases. This is more visible, for instance, in the European Union and also in Germany, where the law actually specifies quantities, emission quantities for the different sectors which they can make use of. This entitling to emit has an indirect effect on human health, property, occupation, and in fact virtually all freedoms of action, because it jeopardizes the entire natural conditions of life, including both climate conditions and energy supply. I believe that approach is doctrinally easier to handle, both in relation to the testing of interference and the justification of the same. In a follow-up decision of January 2022, the court was asked to take the budget approach further and break the overall budget of Germany down into sub-budgets of the German Länder, possibly by applying, again, the per capita approach. The court denied this, arguing that the fundamental rights only guarantee an overall level of climate protection, leaving undetermined by whom and by what measures it shall be implemented. This was, according to the court, a matter for the legislature and executive branches to decide. Nevertheless, as members of the court reminded in subsequent publications, all public institutions, also those on lower levels, such as licensing authorities or local communities, must ensure climate protection as a requirement of both fundamental rights and the objective obligation to preserve the natural conditions of life. Although emissions reduction does not have absolute priority over other concerns, its weight increases with the further shrinking of the allowable budget, and especially so if the national budget is exceeded. That's what the court stated. In that respect, two recent decisions of the German Federal Administrative Court are illustrative. Upholding the construction authorization for a new motor highway, the court rated the additional emissions to be less weighty than the facilitation of transportation. I believe this is a misbalance, although it is admittedly difficult to define limits for sectoral emissions out of an overall national budget. In any case, a powerful tool would be the testing of alternatives, which allows to conclude that if transportation shall be facilitated, is regarded as a public interest, there may be alternatives to motor highways that emit less greenhouse gases. So the weighing up of public interests with interferences can be enriched by testing alternatives, as the public interest can be reached by less burdensome means. Now concerning the budget approach, I leave out international law in order to save time. As already explained, the court relies on the budget approach. It regards the budgeting of emissions as a way to concretize the objective obligation under Article 20A as well as of the subjective, negative, and positive rights. The court is cautious enough not to take such budgeting as precise constitutional command. It rather acknowledges that the Constitution accepts the legislator to apply the approach. Without going into details of the budget approach, which will be described by my colleague Dennis van Berkel, I nevertheless have a more fundamental concern with it I wish to mention. This has to do with the fact that serious damage has already been caused at present and before an average 1.5 degrees Celsius or even 2 degrees will be reached. Therefore, in terms of fundamental rights, interference with such rights has already occurred. Fundamental rights are not subjected to but prevalent over treaty law. As interference does exist, the only escape from having to stop any further emission immediately is to examine whether there are prevailing public interests necessitating interferences, such as, in our case, the further use of fossil energy. The weighing up structure of such justification suggests that on the one side, public interests are examined with scrutiny, and on the other side, that emissions are reduced to the minimum that is technically and economically possible. It appears to me that the transnational debate about budgets somewhat distracts from the simple task that any state must do its homework, researching and implementing whatever it can. Budget reasoning may still be applied in this respect, but only if budgets are calculated as emergency reserve, not as merited resources. Concerning the transnational reach of fundamental rights, as citizens of foreign countries were among the applicants claiming harm caused by German emissions, the court had to take position on the external reach of German fundamental rights. It did acknowledge this, relying on the fact that the wording of the pertinent fundamental rights does not limit their reach to the German territory. However, it held the level of protection to be lower, considering that German regulation of energy use or German adaptation measures do not reach out to foreign countries. I do not find this convincing because German emissions can well contribute to also making other states restrict energy use. Likewise, Germany could well support adaptation measures abroad. I conclude, referring back to the overall theme of this panel, I believe in the present climate crisis, all public powers must play their part. The part of the judiciary simply is to ensure that fundamental rights and constitutional principles are respected. The German court has made a step in that direction, as have done several other courts, and I very much hope that the Korean Constitutional Court will join in based on its own brand of fundamental rights construction. Notwithstanding national doctrinal peculiarities, I believe transnational agreement can be achieved on the following 6 observations. First, damage to livelihoods and nature has already been caused by climate change before the Paris temperature limits will be achieved. Second, damage will severely be aggravated in future. Emergencies will multiply that will force states to curb many freedom rights. Third, by insufficiently restricting and even authorizing greenhouse gas emissions, states have interfered with fundamental rights. Fourth, any further interference can only be justified if each and every state explores and takes all technically and economically feasible measures to minimize further emissions. As long as SUVs are not yet forbidden, I don't trust in the willingness of states to really do what they can. Fifth, the budget approach should be employed for the putting together of emergency reserves rather than for calculating with resources that are merited. And finally, this result can be achieved no matter if the fundamental rights are construed as positive obligations, advance effect of future restrictions, or shields against the allocation of emission allowances. I believe if there is a will among judges, there will also be a doctrinal pathway. Thank you for your attention.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your informative comments. I really appreciate them. Please give him with a big round of applause. Our next speaker is Professor Mary Wood. Professor Mary Wood will give a speech through Zoom. The title of the speech is Atmospheric Trust Litigation and the Courts, and the court's role in the climate emergency. Professor Mary, you have the floor. So you have 20 minutes.
Thank you. Can you see my slides?
No, slide. Oh, yeah. Yes.
All right.
No problem.
Thank you. It is a tremendous honor to present at this conference. South Korea is already demonstrating judicial global leadership by having this discussion for judges, and I wish to honor courts around the world who are rising to this extraordinary moment in time to safeguard our planet and restore our climate system before it is too late for our children and for all of those to come. In these few minutes, I will discuss our climate reality, the children's climate cases primarily in America, and an emerging global climate rule of law. To begin, our supreme challenge is to match the law with our reality. If the law is disconnected from our reality, then it will be completely irrelevant. We must obey nature's own laws, for these laws govern our very survival. The first step in developing climate law is to understand what we need to do to bring the climate system into balance once again. And two numbers are important. 350 parts per million is the highest safe concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but we are now in an extreme danger zone beyond 419 parts per million and climbing fast, and this is causing the disasters all over the world. There is no safe place on the planet. Of course, this is a pollution problem from massive fossil fuel emissions, and courts have dealt with other pollution problems for many decades, but not this one. On our current trajectory, this pollution would heat the Earth 11 degrees Fahrenheit over pre-industrial temperatures by the end of the century. This would leave a planet broadly uninhabitable. This means a child born in South Korea today will not have the resources needed to survive at the end of their lifespan. The world will succumb to climate chaos that we cannot even imagine now amidst our present disasters. This is well known to American judges. Our Ninth Circuit wrote that fossil fuel pollution will wreak havoc on the Earth's climate if unchecked. But it does get worse. Part of our climate reality is that we are very close to dangerous thresholds of no return that would trigger feedbacks and cause runaway planetary heating over which we have no control. There are many dangerous feedbacks, but the one that is most known perhaps is the melting permafrost at the Arctic, now on the verge of collapse. As the UN chief says, the point of no return is no longer over the horizon. It is in sight and hurtling towards us. This, too, is well known to our courts. As the Ninth Circuit has found, we are approaching the point of no return. At some point soon, it will be too late to act. Nature's law requires society to stop putting greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. We have to decarbonize. But how rapidly? UN scientists have called for a 45% reduction in global emissions by 2030 and full decarbonization by 2050. And remember, these numbers are to avoid climate tipping points. But of course, many governments' goals still fall very short. What does this mean for the world? It must rapidly transfer to renewable clean energy. Researchers at Stanford University under Dr. Mark Jacobson have developed deep decarbonization pathways for every state in the United States and for many countries worldwide. So it can be done, but it is not being done. Governments across the world, including the US, are still promoting fossil fuels. Let us consider the unfathomable power of the presidents and prime ministers and governors across the world who promote fossil fuels at this dangerous moment. As one American judge stated, the US government bluntly insists that it has the absolute and unreviewable power to destroy the nation. Fossil fuel emissions reduction is a planetary obligation incumbent on every nation on Earth, because there can be no orphan shares. If one country doesn't reduce, it leaves a share that others cannot absorb. So every country must get to full decarbonization ultimately. We can think of the planetary atmosphere as common property, and each nation has a shared national obligation to protect it. But this obligation must be enforceable on the domestic level, or it is meaningless. Tomorrow, the world's 23rd major climate conference starts, but these international conferences have not slowed the climate disaster because national pledges are routinely broken because there is no domestic enforcement. And in most countries, statutory law has failed as well. In fact, it has fueled the climate crisis. Many agencies in the United States and elsewhere, other countries are captured by the fossil fuel industry. And so they issue permits allowing and legalizing destruction. And the courts in our country have been very passive. So in the US and elsewhere, environmental law has actually promoted fossil fuel activities for decades. And this is so even though the government has known for decades that these fossil fuel emissions would bring us catastrophe. In the words of the UN chief, our present law presents a scenario of collective suicide. So in the United States and in countries around the world, children are suing their governments to force climate protection, and this is called a rights turn from statutory law. The children's survival is in jeopardy from the actions of the political branches of government, the executive, and the legislatures. So they are turning to courts for their last redress. And in a three-branch system of government, it is usually the job of courts to protect the fundamental rights of citizens. It is often said in the US that where a harm exists, courts must provide a remedy. Climate harm is the monster of all harms in terms of extent, gravity, and irreversibility. It has put the whole world and all descendant generations in danger, jeopardizing survival itself and posing irreversible points of no return. So these climate cases throughout the world, on every continent, are in a category of their own, sui generis. These cases are now being filed in other countries throughout the world, in many states in the United States. And there are several cases in South Korea as well. In the United States, the major federal lawsuit is Juliana versus United States, filed by 21 youth against the U.S. government in the Federal District Court of Oregon in 2015. And this case challenged the entire fossil fuel policy of the United States, a system-wide challenge because there is no time left for incremental lawsuits. In 2016, the youth won a sweeping victory in the district court, and that case inspired others around the world. I will talk about the appeal in that case momentarily. The other recent American ruling was in Montana, where the first climate trial was held in America, and this resulted in a historic victory for youth this June. Many of these cases around the world assert fundamental rights, which are found, and we just heard of some in Germany, which are found explicitly in the constitutions of their countries or states. In Korea is Article 35's right to the environment. But all of those explicit rights are premised on the same fundamental underlying right, the right of children and future generations to inherit a planet they can survive on, an ecological endowment that has sustained humanity since time immemorial, but that the present governments worldwide are bankrupting. In America and in many other countries, we call this right the public trust principle. This right is well known to courts worldwide, as it lies at the basis of democratic legal systems in many nations throughout the world. The public trust right was a claim in both the Juliana and Montana cases, and both courts affirmed the rights of the youth. This public trust concept has its roots in Roman law, which is the basis of legal systems around the world. It is so universal that it has been called the law's DNA. So the public trust is often described as a slate upon which constitutions are written. Judge Aiken in Juliana found that the public trust rights predate our Constitution and are secured by it, and that the duty to protect crucial resources is an attribute of sovereignty that government cannot shed. So express constitutional rights to the environment do not create a new duty, they reiterate an existing one. The Philippines Supreme Court stated this clearly in a public trust case brought by children to protect the last of that nation's forests in Opoza versus Factorin. The court declared the children's right to a balanced and healthful ecology, stating such a right belongs to a different category of rights altogether, for it concerns nothing less than self-preservation and self-perpetuation, the advancement of which may be said to predate all governments and constitutions. These basic rights need not even be written in the Constitution, for they are assumed to exist from the inception of humankind. And without these rights, the court said, generations would inherit nothing but parched earth, incapable of sustaining life. The right of citizens to inherit an ecological endowment for their very survival creates a duty on the government. As Judge Aiken wrote, the government, as trustee, has a fiduciary duty to protect the trust assets from damage so that current and future trust beneficiaries will be able to enjoy the benefits of the trust. And applying this to the climate system, Judge Aiken declared the right to a climate system capable of sustaining human life. And since that case, the Hawaii Supreme Court, with Justice Michael Wilson on it, has declared the same right. These basic words truly define the right asserted by children in cases across the world, though they may use specific constitutional provisions like the right to environment or right to life or human rights laws. What they are really asserting is the right to a climate system capable of sustaining their human lives. So as these cases progress in nations worldwide, it is important for judges to know these are not isolated cases, but rather a campaign I call it atmospheric trust litigation, or ATL. Much of it is coordinated by our Children's Trust with litigation partners around the world, but not all the cases are. And because these cases involve the shared planetary atmosphere, every decision has ripple effects across the globe. The decisions are quoting each other across national boundaries. So rulings made by South Korean judges will have a worldwide impact. These are all historic opinions and historic judges. These decisions are merging into a global climate jurisprudence. And so it is so inspiring that the last session of this training focuses on international judicial cooperation, which is appropriate for courts dealing with shared planetary property, the atmosphere. As the decisions come down, the field gains momentum and we can begin to discern a global climate rule of law. In my final minutes, I would like to present just some, but not all, of the basic components in these climate opinions, with the hope this might be a useful framework for atmospheric trust litigation judges. But first, I want to mention the Montana climate trial this summer. It was the first climate trial in the United States, one of the first, though not the first, in the world, and it compiled evidence gained from world-renowned experts. The court issued a 100-page opinion with findings of fact that could perhaps serve as a platform and model for other courts. It took over 3 years between the filing of the complaint and this final decision, and we don't have time left for every future case to take this long. Courts will have to expedite review of these cases. But the findings of fact included facts pertaining to climate science around the world, climate harms to children and to the environment, government's actions contributing to climate change, and also, and perhaps the most important part, was alternatives to fossil fuel energy in Montana. The court found, premised on Dr. Jacobson's testimony as an expert witness, it found it is technologically and economically feasible for Montana to replace 80% of existing fossil fuel energy by 2030, and 100% no later than 2050, but as early as 2035. Recall I talked about nature's imperative. We must reduce 45% by 2030. This is evidence in the Montana case that Montana can reduce even more than that. Can you still hear me in the audience?
Yes, no
Okay.
problem.
Okay. So now I want to summarize the components of an ATL opinion. The first is declaring the basic right. As I said, youth assert various rights based on their nation's or state's constitutions. But I strongly recommend to judges that beyond dealing with those express provisions, they announce deeper fundamental public trust rights shared by all citizens on Earth against their governments to a stable climate system capable of supporting human life. As Judge Aiken and other courts have found, this is implicit. The second component is establishing the standing of plaintiffs. Each plaintiff will have individualized harm, whether it's increased asthma or losing a home from a wildfire or reduced food or harm from extreme heat waves. And this evidence is gained at trial. The third is mentioned by Professor Winter as the political question defense. The government attorneys assert in every case that climate is best left to the other branches of government and courts have no role. They persuaded courts of this in early cases in the United States, but now courts are squarely rejecting that defense more and more, not only in the United States, but around the world. As the Juliana court said, the question of constitutional rights is squarely within the judiciary. A fourth component is causation. And Professor Winter mentioned this too. The government defendants often say, because there are other nations emitting in the world, you can't solve the whole problem of climate change, and so don't hold this government accountable. We are only part of the problem. This argument has squarely been rejected by US courts for a very long time. And even the Montana case looked at its emissions and said Montana emissions have caused and exacerbate climate change. Another important component is quantifying the necessary emissions reduction. US courts have not done that so much yet. Professor Winter explained that in wonderful detail as to the German case. I might just add, though, that the science the court must relate to the best available science and tie their rulings to that, and the highest safe temperature is less than 1.5 degrees. I'm sure we'll hear more about the Urgenda case. There is a law review article that I've put up the site talking about the need for courts to look at the science very carefully and tie it to less than 1.5 degrees. And then the final component is the remedy. The remedy has several tools, of course. A court can declare the rights of the plaintiffs and specific obligations of government. Many courts have done this. Second, they could overturn statutes as unconstitutional. The Montana court did this. A third tool is backstop injunctions. That's my word. These stop damaging activity. So a court might enjoin a new coal fire plant or an oil drilling project. They won't solve the entire emissions problem, but it can stop things from getting worse. And the fourth tool is what is called a structural injunction. These are used in broad institutional litigation where the government's violation of fundamental rights is pervasive, systemic, and long-standing. We call it baked into the system itself. So the court must reform the whole system to provide a remedy. And these broad structural injunctions have been used in civil rights litigation, prisoners litigation, treaty rights litigation, and more. These are not simply win-loss cases. They require courts to engage the government defendants in long-term reform, and they represent the times in our country where judges rose to a crucial need to secure fundamental liberties that the political branches were violating. And here the court would order the defendants to develop a remedial plan to come into compliance with the constitutional climate right. And the court supervises a plan. The court does not create the plan. That is the job of the government defendants. But the court ensures that the final plan secures the fundamental rights of the plaintiffs and is carried out. And the court sets strict time frames. It may use a special master or commission to help formulate the remedy, or help the defendants formulate it. And the court will maintain ongoing jurisdiction. The same type of remedy was used in Pakistan, where the court created a climate commission to bring the country into compliance with climate goals. Another example is Colombia, where the court ordered the government to devise a plan within 5 months to end deforestation that contributed to climate change. The Juliana plaintiffs asked for both declaratory relief and a science-based remedial plan to phase out fossil fuel emissions in the United States. And the remedial plan, again, is crucial for prompting system-wide change. The district court found this was a viable remedy, but on appeal, the Ninth Circuit found it beyond the court's authority in a very split, divided panel, 2-1. And the majority opinion was shocking in the sense that the two judges in the majority, Judge Hurwitz and Judge Murguia, openly acknowledged that the U.S. government is driving environmental apocalypse, their term, and that the youth had viable constitutional claims but they denied any remedy. Yale law professor Douglas Kaiser criticizes this judicial approach, stating, denying their own expansive power, these courts cowered before catastrophe. The third panel member, Judge Staten, wrote a vigorous dissent widely read, which stated, my colleagues throw up their hands. The majority appears to yield even if the political branches walk the nation over a cliff. She wrote that the courts serve as the ultimate backstop, and she found the remedial plan well within the court's authority based on the civil rights litigation that I discussed. She also said the courts have the duty to enforce constitutional rights, particularly against the nation's willful destruction by the executive branch. The case is back in district court before Judge Aiken on the prayer for declaratory relief, and a trial will be scheduled. Judge Staten ended her dissent with a moral call to judges worldwide, writing, history will not judge us kindly. When the seas envelop our coastal cities, fires and droughts haunt our interiors, and storms ravage everything in between, those remaining will ask, why did so many do so little? As we soar further into the danger zone of planetary heating, violating nature's supreme laws through fossil fuel systems promoted by the political branches of governments worldwide, those few judges holding youth climate cases are holding history in their hands, for they truly have the planet on their docket. The very best climate scientists in the world have urged the courts to step up to this moment, writing in an amicus brief supporting the Juliana plaintiffs, judicial relief may be the best, the last, and at this late stage, the only real chance to preserve a habitable planet for young people and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Wood, for your informative comments. It's a very impressive. I really appreciate them. Please give her with a big round of applause again. Now, Mr. Dennis Van Berkel will give a speech. The title of the speech is The Role of Judicial Scrutiny in Dealing with the Climate Crisis, Agenda and Beyond. Mr. Van Berkel, you have the floor. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Justice Kim, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity to be speaking to you all. It's a great privilege to be here on the stage with before so many esteemed guests and speakers. I will, oops, I first need to get my, it works, wonderful. I will first say a number of words about the agenda judgment of the Supreme Court in the Netherlands. I will make some brief comments about cases that followed this case, and then I will focus on the key issues, the key legal issues that are at the core of these cases that have been discussed by Professor Winter and Professor Wood, and that is the assessment of how do we actually assess whether a national climate target is sufficient. What is the role of fair share that was also already referred to by Justice Kim, and the issue of separation of powers. How do we perceive the role of judges vis-a-vis the other powers under a rule of law? The agenda case was filed in 2013, which was before the closing of the Paris Agreement in 2015. At the time, the danger limit, the politically recognized danger limit, was still 2 degrees. In the Paris Agreement, the governments that closed the Paris Agreement agreed that 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 2 degrees was in fact too dangerous and that the limit needed to be 1.5. What was striking in the case is that the state did not dispute any of the facts on climate change. They recognized that climate change was a potentially existential threat and that not enough was being done to deal with this threat. It had to do so because the facts that we presented to the courts were all facts that were presented by the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And I stress the word governmental panel on climate change because this is not only a panel by the best scientists of the world assessing all the available science in the world. In fact, this is the biggest scientific project in the world. But governments acknowledge and approve all of the content of these reports. In other words, the reports of the IPCC are the governmental reports on the state of science, and therefore also there was no room for the state to disagree with any of the findings that were in these reports. The case was first won at the district court in 2015. It was then won at the Court of Appeal and finally at the Supreme Court in 2019. The Supreme Court based its judgment on the rights under the European Convention on Human Rights, Article 2, the right to life, and Article 8, the right to private life. The court found that climate change poses a real threat of causing loss of life and disruption of family life, and that for this reason there was a positive obligation, a duty of care, on the state to take reasonable and appropriate measures to prevent dangerous climate change. With regards to the fact that most of the harms would be felt in the future, the court determined that there was an immediate threat of harm because that harm in the future could only be prevented by reducing emissions now. With regards to the question of causality, the fact that climate harms cannot be prevented just by the actions of the state of the Netherlands, the court considered that in the light of climate change being a global commons problem, this problem can only be solved if every state does its part. This is also a principle that is enshrined in the climate treaties themselves, which give responsibility to the states for their own emissions. Therefore, the Supreme Court considered that the Dutch state is not responsible for the entirety of the problem, but for the part of the problem that the state causes itself, namely the emissions from its own territory. Thus, the Supreme Court determined that there was a positive duty on the side of the state to take action. And it then had to turn to the question whether the emission target of the Netherlands was sufficient. Here, it first recognized that principally it is for politics to set the right reduction target. However, given the presence of a positive obligation on the side of the state under fundamental rights, it could not be the case that the state does nothing. Moreover, there is also a duty on the court to seek for ways to ensure an effective remedy if fundamental rights are being threatened. Therefore, the court applied a two-prong test. First of all, the court assessed whether it could establish, on the basis of international consensus in politics and in science, whether there was a minimum fair share for the state that could be established on the basis of objective standards. Secondly, the court considered that the state had a duty to itself substantiate that it had stayed above that fair share. With regard to the assessment of the minimum fair share, the Supreme Court looked at principles of the UN Framework Climate Convention and the Paris Agreement, more particularly the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and the principle of equity, on the basis of which more developed countries have a higher responsibility to reduce their emissions. It also looked at the quantification of these principles by science as they had been laid down in the reports of the IPCC, which said that in order to stay below 2 degrees of global warming, which at the time was still seen as the limit, the politically recognized limit, countries such as the Netherlands had to reduce their emissions by a minimum of 25 to 40% by 2020 compared to 1990 levels. It had thus established that there were objective scientific standards on the basis of which it could determine what the minimum fair share for the Netherlands was, and this was much higher than the goal of the Netherlands at the time. The second prong of the test, the duty to substantiate, the court determined that the state had put no facts forward that actually its lower emission reduction could still be seen as responsible in light of the severe harm that climate change would cause and in light of the science with regards to its minimum fair share. The Supreme Court thus upheld the order to reduce emissions in the Netherlands by a minimum of 25% by 2020 compared to its 1990 levels. I now turn to some brief comments on other cases that have followed. After the judgment of the District Court in 2015, there has been a wave of cases around the world. There are now over 100 cases that, similarly to the Urgenda case, ask of courts to determine the duties, the overall duties to reduce emissions, and ask courts to establish that countries need to do more with regards to emission reductions. I mentioned just 2 of these cases. Some of these cases are now have made their way up through the domestic courts in Europe and are now before the European Court of Human Rights. 3 of these cases are before the Grand Chamber of the European Court of Human Rights. There are only 15 cases before them at the moment for the Grand Chamber. I mentioned 2, the case of the Climate Seniors against Switzerland. The Climate Seniors is a group of women that is particularly vulnerable for the impact of heat waves. And the other case is that of Duarte Agostino, which is, she's a member of a group of Portuguese youth, and that case is filed against 32 European states. Both cases have been heard this year, and we are currently awaiting a judgment. What these 2 cases have in common is that they demand of the court that the court determines that the responsibility of the states that they are that these cases are about is to achieve net zero emission, so net zero emission around 2030 to 2035. I will now turn to the basis of these asks, and that requires me to depart a little bit from the law and go into the science, because to appreciate climate litigation and to think about what the legal requirements are with regards to the climate crisis, it is essential that we understand the science. And not only the threats of climate change, but also the mechanics of climate change. Because climate change is a different problem from many other environmental problems that we are facing, not only because of the threats that it poses, but also because it is a cumulative problem. It is different from air pollution. If cars start driving tomorrow, then the air pollution will trickle down, and in a couple of days or weeks or months, we have clean air. This is not how it works with climate change. Once CO2 is emitted into the atmosphere, it stays there for hundreds to thousands of years. That means a number of things. First of all, the problem will keep getting worse until we reach zero emission. Once we reduce emissions, the problem will still keep getting worse until we reach zero emissions. These mechanics also mean that scientists have been able to establish what the total quantity is that is still left before we reach a certain temperature level. The political consensus at the moment is that 1.5 degrees is the danger level beyond which there is an extreme danger of tipping points and runaway climate change. So we know what the total budget is of emissions that is still left before we reach 1.5 degrees of global warming with these exceptional threats. The IPCC has calculated this budget, and in its latest report, it has come to the conclusion that at the current rate of emissions, this global budget for 1.5 degrees will be depleted by 2030. So that is in 7 years. At the current rate of emissions, in 7 years, we will have reached the level of emissions into the atmosphere, which will cause the heating that will cause these extreme dangers of tipping points. Hence, the extreme urgency of the problem. If we start reducing earlier, we have a longer time to use this budget, but the longer we wait with reduction, the shorter we have, the shorter time we have before the 1.5 degrees limit is reached. At the moment, emissions are set. Current emissions will lead us to well over 3 degrees by the end of the century, degrees Celsius that is, with unimaginable catastrophic harms. So we know from the science that the global efforts are grossly insufficient. Now we move to the national level. To determine whether national efforts are sufficient, we need to look at whether each state for itself claims a fair share of this still remaining carbon budget. Because we know what the global carbon budget is, and by the emissions of every country is taking up a part of that carbon budget for itself per de facto. This notion of fair share is enshrined in the climate treaties, namely in the principle of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities. But also, it is a principle of necessity, because it's only if each state does its fair share that collectively all states will be able to get to the level of action necessary in order to reduce emissions in time. And this was also recognized both by the Agenda Court and by the German Constitutional Court, that in fact the fair share is the relevant standard on the basis of which to assess countries' individual efforts. Now, how do we determine whether a country has done its fair share? Science has developed a number of methodologies to look at how to divide up this still remaining carbon budget. The three main methodologies, which are based in the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities, are that of equal per capita, on the basis of which every country gets the share of the remaining global carbon budget that is equal to its population. This was the methodology applied by the German Constitutional Court. Other methodologies look at historic responsibilities, because all emissions, also those emissions in the past, contribute equally to the rise of temperatures as future emissions. Thus, if you've emitted more in the past, you have a higher responsibility. And this third methodology is capability. Those countries that have most capability, most financial means to pay for emission reductions are the ones with the highest responsibility. Again, these are all methodologies that are based on the fundamental principles that underlie the climate treaties. Now, if we look at these three methodologies, we have to conclude that two of them, the carbon budget for the developed countries, which I've here summarized as the OECD countries, is already depleted. It's gone. There is no more fair share budget. Only under the first methodology of equal per capita, there is still a small budget that is remaining. When discussing fair shares, it's also important to stress what is not a fair share methodology, which at the moment is a practice of lots of countries around the world, and that is to align national emission trajectories with that of the global emission trajectories that are proposed by the IPCC. The IPCC in its latest report is explicit that the global trajectories, and Professor Wood referred to this global trajectory with the 45% reduction that is necessary globally by 2030. This is a dot on the line, basically 1 point on the line of this global trajectory. But the IPCC itself recognizes that these global trajectories do not reflect equity. And it's easy to see why. Because when you transpose a global trajectory onto your national emissions, you're benefiting those countries that have done most harm to the climate system in the past. Because emissions, the more a country emits, the more it has contributed to the harm of climate change. And you can see this in this illustrative graph that was used in the case of the climate seniors before the European Court of Human Rights. This is an illustrative graph. On the left side we have the Swiss emissions, and on the right we have India. And on both emission levels, both per capita emission levels, the global trajectory is projected. So what if Switzerland would follow the global trajectory? What if India would follow the global trajectory? Now what we can see is that a country with twice as high as emissions currently would get apportioned twice the amount of cumulative emissions, because it's not the level of emissions, it's the cumulative emissions, it's the area below the graph that matters. This cannot be in line with equity, on the basis of which one cannot benefit from one's own wrongdoing. In other words, this so-called grandfathering methodology of following global trajectories is not in line with principles of international law, and it does not constitute a fair share of a country. So what does this tell us? Fair share budgets are almost depleted, and it may not be possible for countries to stay within their fair share purely on the basis of emission reductions within their own territory. This creates two additional obligations. The first is the obligation to reduce emissions on the own territory as fast as possible, to the highest level of ambition of any country. And highest level of ambition is in fact also a principle that is enshrined in the Paris Agreement. Every nationally determined contribution, every reduction target that a country sets and communicates to the Secretariat of the Paris Agreement must be at their highest level of ambition. And this is the reason, because the carbon budget is already depleted. And secondly, the gap between the emissions that can be reduced on the own territory and the fair share, which is much smaller for each country, developed country that is, that must be compensated by contributing to emission reductions abroad. Because this obligation to reduce emissions is not new. It was already established at the latest in 1992 under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. So the fact that the developed countries have delayed their action for so long doesn't dissolve them of their obligation to ensure that these emission reductions take place. And if not on their own territory, then they need to assist those countries that don't have the finance for it. How does this highest level of ambition look in practice? Because that might sound a bit vague. Isn't that purely a subjective issue? What is your highest level of ambition? Well, we can look at a very recent report of the European Scientific Advisory Board on Climate Change. This is a very long title. I will refer to it just as Advisory Board. But it is a statutory board under the European Union Climate Act. This advisory board recently came out with a report on the 2040 emission reduction target for the European Union. And in its report, it first analyzed the fair share remaining budget for the European Union, and it concluded that it's almost depleted. As a second step, it looked at models that model how our current energy system, which are similar models to what the IPCC uses at the global level, but it used them for the European level and looked how fast can the European energy system decarbonize, at what pace. What is a feasible pace if we look at the available technology, the technology we have right now? The result was this graph here on the right side, which is the feasible emission trajectory for the European Union, which reaches 90 to 95% emission reduction by 2040. Now again, it's important to stress that this group of scientists, IPCC scientists, for a large part, concluded that this is a feasible emission reduction. And thirdly, the advisory body concluded that indeed the shortfall between the emission reductions that can be achieved domestically and the European Union's fair share need to be covered with support to other countries. So, what does this tell us about separation of powers? I propose that the question of the sufficiency of reduction target is justiciable. First of all, we are dealing with clear and gross fundamental rights interference. Secondly, there is broad political recognition for the need for urgent action to prevent warming of 1.5 degrees. And moreover, there is political recognition on what that means in concrete scientific terms. Thirdly, there are clear scientific standards for the necessary minimum national contribution towards that target. And fourthly, the irreversibility of catastrophic harms pose an extraordinary circumstances different from any threat that is currently facing us in society. The fact that we are dealing with extraordinary circumstances was specifically recognized by the Dutch Supreme Court in coming to its judgment. And after the Urgenda judgment in the Netherlands, we can also see that it has not opened the floodgates for similar cases, or for cases on other societal problems, simply because of the facts of climate change pose such extraordinary circumstances in the question of the dangers that it poses, the urgency, and also the political consensus with regards to the danger and what needs to happen. Thus, it is within the judicial prerogative to enforce three things in the context of climate cases. First of all, courts can enforce a reduction target that is above the minimum fair share of each country. And in the absence of specific science on the fair share of a particular country, courts can take at the very least the global average which we previously discussed. Because there is no way that any country can claim, especially countries that are developed countries that emit more, have emitted more in the past and are more capable to pay, that they should do less than the global average. This, as I just discussed, is not a fair share contribution, and therefore courts should enforce two additional obligations. The second one is a duty to investigate and substantiate what the fair share of a country is and what the highest level of ambition is of reducing its emissions. There is a clear need for independent scientific advice. Currently, states are hiding into the dark by not investigating what their fair share is and by not conducting broadly the research that is necessary to determine how fast we can actually are able to reduce our emissions. And thirdly, courts should enforce the duty to plan and implement these targets and to make those plans concrete, because targets alone will not suffice. The foregoing also tells us that judicial scrutiny, in fact, protects democratic decision-making. We've discussed the carbon budget and the rapidly depleting carbon budget. And Professor Winter also described the situation which would arise, as described by the German Constitutional Court, when this carbon budget is depleted. And that situation can be described as a carbon lockdown. A lockdown of the entire society, of our industry, of transport, of heating in our houses. And at that point in time, there is no more space for any democratic debate on how to deal with the climate crisis. It is only if we plan in advance that there is still any space for democratic deliberation on which measures to take to reduce emissions. In other words, judicial intervention with regards to the scrutiny of emission reduction targets can safeguard the democratic space on how to deal with the climate crisis. I will conclude. The climate crisis causes grave and irreversible harms. Human rights offer appropriate and effective legal structures for judicial scrutiny. There is political consensus and best available science that offers objective standards for the scrutiny of emission reduction targets, and that judicial engagement safeguards not only fundamental rights, but also the democratic decision-making with regards to the climate crisis. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you very much for your informative comments. I really appreciate them. Please give him with a big round of applause again. Next, we will commence our panel discussion. Panelists, please kindly specify the speaker when posing questions. The speakers will respond collectively to all panel questions once all questions have been presented. Justice Michael Wilson will address the designated panel discussion. You have 10 minutes. Justice Wilson, floor is yours.
Aloha. Aloha. This is a great honor to be in front of you from the small state of Hawaii. I must give my great respect to President Kwan. Thank you so much for putting this magnificent conference together, and to have it be moderated by the Justice of the Supreme Court of Korea, Justice Kim. Thank you so much. Well, I will confess that the discussion that I am engaging in is very personal. And so I want to reach out to the judges in the audience, especially the young judges, but I see there are some judges like me that are not so young, and anybody watching this presentation that's young, 40 years old or below, students, faculty, to reach out to you to acknowledge that we are in something together that's extraordinary, historic, and unique, that was described by one of the great jurisprudential scholars of the world now, who we heard from, Professor Mary Wood. And what are we engaged in together? We are engaged in the adventure of saving the world, literally the earth, but especially Hawaii. In Hawaii, we've had to make some very significant decisions at the level that was just described in great detail about one of the engineers of the Greater Agenda case. And that has to do with the point of so-called no return, or the point when maybe there has to even be a lockdown ordered by judges, a point of extremity, a point of sui generis emergency. I've had the pleasure of being before judges on this issue in the last 12 months in many places in the world. And I would say that to focus on, for example, what was the collective organizational principle of the judges that were just in the ASEAN training program 2 months ago in Jakarta with 50 judges from around the Asia Pacific, or the group of judges that recently went from the United States to India on this issue of an existential threat from climate. Two very important organizing principles were emergency, the sui generis aspect of the emergency, which can translate into great motivation on the part of young people in that community, but translates into an extraordinarily important opportunity for young judges, judges that are just starting their career, and judges at the later part of their career to make a decision called an apex decision. That's the decision that's so important and controversial that it might end your career, where you have to exercise what Professor Wood spoke about and what the Urgenda case represented, but very much what's represented by, say, the Montana case, Montana versus Held, where you had a trial judge make a decision in a state that depends on oil, Montana, saying that the legislature was wrong when it passed a law that barred, the legislature of Montana passed a law that prohibited state officials from considering the effects on climate change of their actions. For example, approving energy projects. So the trial judge found that statute unconstitutional because it violated the right to a stable climate capable of supporting human life. That constitutional right in Montana's constitution was derived from the right to a clean and healthy environment, and that's the lawsuit and the decision that Professor Wood spoke about that our Supreme Court also made about 6 months ago, when we determined that the right to a clean and healthy environment includes the right to a stable climate capable of supporting human life. In Hawaii, that's not that risky a decision by a judge because the oil industry isn't that influential. But certainly in Montana, and it's an example of what we're all facing when we exercise what is clearly the most powerful force that any citizen can have in the world, exercising the rule of law. If you exercise it as an attorney, that's extraordinary. But if you can exercise it as a judge, if you can exercise the power of the rule of law as a judge, every time it happens, it's an endorsement of being in a great place at a great time. But it's new. This is the most remote landmass on Earth. In the collective human consciousness, maybe the ideal environment. It's Hawaii. And please, I invite all of you to come. I have a beach house. You're welcome to stay there. To have a judge from Korea, a scholar from Korea is an honor. But this is an example of a resource that will disappear soon. The beach will be washed away. It was the most beautiful place that I have ever been. I was there in high school. These are the treasures of Hawaii, and they'll be gone at 1.5 degrees. Those treasures of Hawaii will be gone because of global warming to 1.5 degrees. Oh my goodness, this is Waikiki Beach, $2 billion a year. It will be washed away at 1.5 degrees. So, this is an issue that is very personal and creates a certain amount of climate anxiety for not just me, but other members of our court who believe that under the Constitution, we have to pay attention to a duty. You know, our jobs are interesting because they're defined by an oath. The oath doesn't say, be impartial. The oath says, enforce the laws of the state, enforce the Constitution. If you have a Constitution with a right to life, and as our experts have said, that right to life is going to be extremely challenged or be violated, the life will be taken away. Can you engage in inaction as a judge, or do you engage in action as has been outlined by a longtime practitioner with the Urgenda case, or is being outlined by courts around the world? Of deny a world of 3 degrees. Now, Professor Wood made a point about what we do as judges. Do we speculate about what the temperature should be in the future? There's a divergence now starting in the United States. There are some judges, like in the Urgenda case, that reverse Judge Aiken. Those judges have said, it doesn't matter that future generations are going to literally be destroyed. It doesn't matter. The courts can't be concerned about it. It's too political. Then you have the state courts like Montana and Hawaii that say we have a duty. There's a duty to a right to life, a duty to substantive due process to protect our community and make sure there's a healthy environment. So we're in this trajectory around the world that's being decided by judges. And you've heard many examples of the consensus, the undeniable consensus about how we're heading to this disaster, but this is the #1 diplomat in the world talking about how we're headed on the road to help. So I'm getting close to concluding, and this is a symbolic slide that means a lot. The judges aren't necessarily included in this. You've got Goliath. What is Goliath? In our world now, we have new governance institutions beyond countries. They are so powerful, political scientists have described them as governance institutions. Imagine, because you are likely to have to imagine this if you get a case like the last case I'll mention. Imagine that after the pandemic in 2022, the oil companies increased their profits by 100%. $50 billion, went from $23 billion to $50 billion. That year, the major oil companies of the world earned, 2022, $4 trillion. And in addition to that, their political influence was such that they received $1 trillion, according to the International Energy Agency, in subsidies. In the United States, the approximations are $20 billion. So, this is an extraordinary group that has a business model that's the most successful in history, returning incredible profits. And on the other side, you have young people, some of you young judges. You have the young people resorting to courts, trying to protect their lives and their future. And in the middle, you have the judges that are mediating this and attempting to achieve justice, and this has always been the role in terms of administering justice as a judge. Sometimes there's an imbalance in society, an imbalance where there are rights being violated and the judges attend to it, but there's never been more of a challenge for judges because of the weight, the power, the magnitude, and the influence of the new governance units, the new financial empires that are taking over. And I'll conclude with this slide. This is maybe the most powerful case in the United States now. It happens to be in Hawaii. It's like a supernova of a lawsuit. Our Supreme Court decided, this is about 5 months ago, or excuse me, 2 months ago after I was off the court, but decided that a case can proceed in our Hawaii court before a jury proving fraud against the major oil companies of the world. What's the basis of the fraud? At the same time the petroleum products were being sold to our county, the lawsuits being brought by the city and county of Honolulu against these companies, at the same time that they were saying that this is a good product, they were secretly, this is one of the allegations, factual allegations, secretly getting patents so that they could drill for oil in the Arctic because they predicted how global warming was going to shrink the Arctic. And at the same time, they were fortifying their oil rigs because they knew that extreme weather events were coming. We had one of those extreme weather events in Hawaii. You probably heard that our city of Lahaina burned down and 100 people died. And we've had other extreme weather events. So when your Article 35, Section 2, that says that the young people, the citizens of Korea, are entitled to a healthy and pleasant environment, this is an interesting case to keep in mind because there will be a message about the consequences of violating that principle, because we have an analogous, similar principle in our Constitution, but that is being brought before the jury that could award billions of dollars in damages based on the misrepresentations, and that will help fortify judges all around the world who feel that it's important to be able to take steps, and they're going to have to be remedial steps that are unique, remedial steps that are powerful, but judges that feel it's time to step forward and protect the earth and future generations from what's coming the sui generis emergency of climate change. Aloha. I guess I should say, how do I say thank you? Samida?
감사합니다.
Samida. I had it memorized and then I forgot. But anyways, thank you. Aloha.
Thank you very much, Justice. Thank you very much. Our next panelist is Professor Siwon Park. Will address the designated panel discussion. Professor, you have 10 minutes. You have the floor.
Thank you so much for inviting me as discussant to this esteemed 2023 JRTI International Conference. I am particularly honored to be invited to the session dealing with timely and important topic, the climate crisis and judicial response. My comments consisted of two parts. The first part is my reflection after hearing the presentations by distinguished speakers, and the second part is my questions to respective speakers. I'll speak in Korean in the first part, and I'll switch to English to the second part. 우선 제가
So thank you very much once again for those insightful presentations. After listening to three presentations, it came to my mind that the environmental damages induced from climate change, would it qualify, would it constitute human rights violations? I think that the discussion actually has progressed rapidly across the globe over the past several years, and a consensus has been formed which agrees that the climate crisis is indeed a human rights issue. The Paris Agreement adopted at the 21st Conference parties to the UNFCCC in 2015 emphasized that the climate change is an issue of human rights by stipulating that when taking action to address climate change, respect, promote, and consider their respective obligations on human rights, the right to health, the rights of indigenous people, local communities, migrants, children, persons with disabilities, and etc. The UN Human Rights Council adopted 12 resolutions on climate change and human rights, and therethrough emphasized the relevance between climate change and the obligation to respect human rights, the duty of states, and also the responsibilities of businesses and international responsibility. In 2022, the UNHRC released a report by the UN Secretary General addressing the issue of protecting the human rights of vulnerable classes in consideration of climate change. A report of the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment released at the 74th session of the UN General Assembly in 2019 also emphasized that the climate crisis infringes on people's rights to environment, health, life, water, food, and sanitation, and therefore governments should take a human rights-based approach in order to protect citizens in the face of climate-related damage. Against this backdrop, the National Human Rights Commission of Korea decided in December 2022 that the climate crisis has a widespread impact on human rights, directly and indirectly related to the rights of life, food, health, and housing, and expresses opinion that the government should recognize its basic duty to protect and promote every citizen's human rights against the backdrop of the climate crisis, and recommended the government to improve related legislations and systems so as to approach and respond to the climate crisis from a human rights perspective. More specifically, the NHRCK recommended the government raise 2030 NDC targets stipulated by the Enforcement Decree of the Framework Act on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth for coping with climate crisis in consideration of the international standards set by the IPCC 6th Assessment Report released in 2022, and clearly define obligations for reduction to protect the fundamental rights of future generations by setting emissions reduction targets beyond 2030. This recommendation by the NHRCK is meaningful as it is the first time a national agency has recognized that the climate crisis constitutes a violation of human rights. Today, the presenters talked about the German Federal Constitutional Court's decision and also the Dutch agenda case. And NHRCK actually cited those decisions in its decision. Again, it recognized the important role the judiciary can play when it comes to protecting human rights against climate change. It is appropriate and meaningful that the JRTI has selected the topic, the judicial response to the paradigm shift and subtopics of AI and the climate. I completely agree that AI and the climate crisis are two important trends that will completely transform our future. Although AI has positive aspects as it provides convenience and new possibilities to the humanity, the climate crisis implies gloomy and negative future prospects. In that, we are currently facing a climate crisis, and the damage caused by that crisis is irreversible. Against this backdrop, I think it is important to explore new roles of the courts. The three speakers provided explanations on the role of the judiciary amidst such a crisis to change the paradigm of human civilization via the cases of Germany, the US, and the Netherlands. It was impressive that the courts of Germany and the Netherlands especially determined that the climate crisis is a human rights issue and that the judiciary can determine whether or not the level of the greenhouse gas emissions reduction target is illegal, even under the principle of the separation of powers. The courts of Germany and the Netherlands used the reduction target of the Paris Agreement as the basis for determining the illegality of its own reduction targets. Also, consideration was given to the total amount of carbon, also called carbon budget, that humanity can afford in the future, among which is the level of greenhouse gas emissions that advanced countries need to reduce. It was also impressive that speakers highlighted that the current generation's failure to actively reduce greenhouse gas at this point in time will pass the damage of climate change on to future generations. The German Federal Constitutional Court pointed out the limitations of representative democracy in that children and adolescents who are disproportionately exposed to climate change cannot actively participate in decision-making at this point, and stated that intervention by the judiciary is important. If this logic is to be applied to Korea, as pointed out by the NHRCK, the damage caused by climate change that is occurring every year and harming vulnerable groups of our society in Korea constitutes a human rights issue. Furthermore, climate damage that is being unevenly passed on to our future generations can be deemed as violating the principle of equality guaranteed by our Constitution. Considering the inadequacy of the greenhouse gas reduction targets under the current law in terms of international standards amidst the current crisis, it is the traditional role of the judiciary to protect the minorities from the majority by checking the legislative and administrative branches. The figure below indicates the amount of carbon that one can emit in a lifetime by year of birth. The figure clearly illustrates intergenerational inequality. Let's say, for example, a person born in the 1950s versus the person born in 2010s. You can see that the carbon emission was 8 times higher.
My opinion on the presentation of three speakers, and I would now like to ask them the following questions. The questions to Professor Winter. What was the reaction of German legal society to the German Federal Constitutional Court's decision, which determined the violation of future generations' rights to freedom using the logic of carbon budget? Was the decision generally a surprise, or did it generate a widespread consensus? Moreover, the German government took preemptive measure to raise its 2030 greenhouse gas targets and accelerates the deadline for carbon neutrality immediately following the court's decision. And do you think this indicates the German administrative branch accepted the court's logic swiftly? And my questions to Professor Woods. is I would like to ask you your view on the ruling handed down by the Montana court in August 2023. The Montana court decided the current climate law violated the constitution of the state, stipulating that the states and each person shall maintain and improve the clean and healthy environment in Montana for present and future generations. I would be grateful if you could provide an explanation on the impact of this Montana decision on various climate lawsuits filed by youth in other states' courts in the United States. And my question to Mr. Van Berkel. The Urhanda case was a landmark lawsuit that reshaped the history of climate litigation. Now, what do you think is the most significant factor that enabled the Urhanda ruling to have significant global impact while leading to similar rulings in other countries? And I'll conclude my discussion here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Siwon Park. And our next panelist is Honorable Kyu-Hong Lee. Honorable Lee will address the designated panel discussion. Yeah. You have 10 minutes. Yeah. Justice Lee, the floor is yours.
예, 이규용입니다.
Hello, I am Lee Kyu-Hong. It's a great pleasure to engage in this in-depth discussion. And I can hear that in the morning session we talked about AI, and I thought that AI would be great. It can actually solve climate issues. It could be maybe a bit far-fetched, but I can see that we do have a crisis at hand. I hope that AI can maybe find a solution to this problem. And based on the presentations, I can see that there is a human rights element to the climate crisis issue. So to make it easier to understand, well, if we think about torture, you can see that's the same as rooting out torture when it comes to human rights. If we think about the benefit, we don't actually go into torture looking into and do a cost-benefit analysis, just something that should be rooted out. It's the same case for climate. I think that's not something that urges a cost-benefit analysis. It's something that needs to be attended to, and I think that now it's a high time to really change our approach. And according to a recent lecture that I took part in, you can see that there are many mitigation technologies that help reduce emissions, but also adaptation technology, assuming that we now have emissions out there and how we should respond. So in economics, they say that mitigation technology is not a choice. In other words, we need to now move on to adaptation. So considering this discourse, if that does happen, well, what's in store for us? I believe that if we want to go down the path of mitigation, as far as I know, we need to live like the COVID years. It does seem to make sense. It means that we cannot get on a plane. We should just stay home. So they say that this is impossible. So some say that mitigation, that's why it's impossible. And of course, they say about the efforts that should be made by the advanced nations and so forth. And of course, there isn't anything else I can say. But as a presiding judge, I do want to add a more specific element to what we can do. So this is a lot of text on the slide. So this is just for your reference. And this is about the climate crisis situation in Korea. If you read this afterwards, you can see that Korea also has a very serious situation in place. It can be a bit embarrassing. However, it's a part of history right now where we, as one of the top 10 greenhouse gas emitters, it's quite shameful that this is the case. So then, why are we talking about litigations? As was mentioned by various speakers, we are seeing a big gap between the rich and poor. And if we go into the wars in Ukraine and in Palestine, you can see that there's greed out there in the world that has led to these catastrophes. And in some sense, it's a failed democracy, a failure of democracy. And if we take this to domestic affairs, you can see that when we do have mitigation goals, whether it be 40%, there is such a great resistance from it within. So at this point in time, to really struggle and fight amongst the present generation, rather than that, if we can somehow reserve this for the future generation, you may think that this can actually minimize the political pressure. The burden of real politics can be minimized, and I know that it's not just in the case of Korea, it's probably the same case for any ruling party or administration around the world. So in some sense, it's a violation of the rights of the minority, of the future generation, by the majority, and that's why it requires the resolution of the judiciary. And according to international law, within the Paris Agreement framework, there was much progress made, but it's true that a lot of the elements are voluntary. Therefore, it's faced with many limitations. That's also a major challenge. You had many speakers talk about the types of litigation. So there are 4 types. So this is also for your reference at a later note. And in Korea, we have an interesting constitutional clause on environmental rights, and based on that, we have relevant legislation. And it's true that there were efforts made to uphold these rights, and as mentioned, we have cases of constitutional litigation, and we also have a number of administrative litigation in the field of environment. And in the case of these environmental litigations, in the case of the standing of the complaints and the scope, sometimes it does not lead to merits hearing, and this was a challenge that did exist from the past. And also the issue with the eligibility as objects of litigation. And then this was something that was submitted to the Constitutional Court. It was mentioned by Professor Park. And you can see that out of 11, 1 abstained, 1 against, and the 10 did not take part. So if you look at the objection, everything and all of the views should be upheld, but you can see that this is the grounds behind this objection. So it indicates that climate crisis, it has to do with some specific comments of denying climate crisis. So you can see that there are groups out there that actually deny the climate crisis. I will not go into the specifics. And so then in Korea, what kind of situation are we experiencing? Let me give you a couple of examples. So when it comes to the environmental litigations, as mentioned, there are many of such. But if you think about the cases that deal with climate change, there aren't that many. So first, the Constitutional Court decision is something that I want to cite. There are cases where you use the amplifier, the mics, which can lead to environmental issues. And it's also about the prohibition of an activity that would be actively applied. And for a climate crisis, we believe that this type of principle can actually come into play. So that's why this decision has been gaining some spotlight. And then in terms of civil and criminal cases, we do have climate activists that have conducted these performances, the so-called performances. They would go to a specific company, and there was this company that invested in a coal-fired plant in Vietnam, and you can see that there was these vandalism that took place amongst these climate activists. And of course, it's true that they need to be punished according to the current legal framework. However, in terms of the action itself, the purpose was recognized. And there were a couple of cases that have actually recognized the purpose behind these actions, and that the response to climate change is something that can be recognized, and we should actually make sure that we do not go beyond that tipping point. But then there was an illegality with regard to the action taken, although it may be a just cause. And also in the case of Ulsan, when there's illegal fishing of whales, this was a very long court decision. which had to do with the reason why we need to protect whales. And this was basically the last sentence. If whales disappear from the earth, there is no guarantee that humans will not disappear from the earth as well. So you can see that a domestic law, when it's lax, and if you just follow the domestic law in the country, it would not be an issue. However, if you expand this out into the global community, it can have a detrimental impact on Earth. And there are many examples of such. So in order to prevent this, you need international norms or standards where it will in turn impact domestic law and domestic judiciary to lead to amendments and also make sure that it sheds positive light to the existing cases. So I believe that also international law is also something that can have a pivotal impact. And some of the recommendations that I have would pertain to patents. In terms of IPR, patents seem to be irrelevant with human rights or the environment. However, if you look at the current climate crisis, it's actually due to science and technology. It was something that was enjoyed by human beings, but it led to many shortcomings and side effects and a crisis. Therefore, when we do apply and approve a patent, it's important to assess what kinds of impact that patent will have on the environment. So this is something that's being proposed these days. And another important fact has to do with EST. EST is environmentally sound technology. So developed nations do have that environmentally sound technology. However, the developing countries, when they ask for technology transfer of such EST, the developed countries say that this is proprietary asset and it cannot be transferred. And sometimes what would happen is developed countries believe that developing countries are their markets for TST, and it was EST, and it was discussed quite often at TRIPS. But in many cases, although it has to be discussed at TRIPS, it hasn't been tabled as an agenda because there were voices that were against this. But if you refer to TRIPS Article 27, it indicates that technology that may have a detrimental impact on the environment would not be given or would not be approved of a patent. And this article of TRIPS, of it being actually applied at a specific country or jurisdiction, I don't think there is a case that it made its way into domestic law as of yet. But I believe that this is something that we really need to shed light on. And in the perspective of patent, we have what we call an eco-patent commons, and there's also recyclable technology where, of course, for such cases, there can be cases where it could be in violation of patent, but at the Federal Supreme Court of the U.S., they do say that this can actually infringe upon a patent law. However, if it has to do with an impact on the environment, there are cases that actually ruled otherwise. And what you see here in this pyramid is the hierarchy of the Constitution. And you can see that we do have the economic clauses. And we have science and technology for economic institutions. And then for science and technology, we have the patents. That's how it's composed. But there should be a change to this. It's not the economic development element that should be at the top of the pyramid. It should be the environmental rights at the top, where the other remaining would should be supporting the environmental rights. So that's basically for my presentation. I just have a couple of questions before I end. So the speakers I have for our excellent overseas speakers has to do with CCUS. There are many technologies, science, and some say that the logic is the solution lies in the science. So there's a lot of effort being made in the development of technology. But how do you evaluate the technology? And do you think that this really can provide us with a solution? And also with regard to ESG, was there a case where judicial evaluation was done on ESG? And then for Professor Wood, my question to you is that there are many forward-looking rulings from Germany and the worsening climate crisis right now that we see. I want to understand what kind of impact would that have on U.S. lawsuits? Do you think there is any change in the standards of judgment due to the German case and also due to the worsening climate crisis? And the question I have for Mr. Burkle is that you can see that there are cases where there were cases that went against corporate companies or Shell, and I want to understand, do you believe that this is quite unique to the Netherlands, or do you think that such cases can actually happen and have the chance of winning in other countries, just like in the case of the Shell case? And then the 28th COP, I know that the meeting will begin tomorrow, and I would like to ask, what are your prospects for COP 28, if you do have the time? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge Lee. Now, we come to take a few questions from the floor. Please raise your hand for the question. 황성민 판사님 오셨어요? 예, 여기 그 질문지.
Do we have Judge Hwang? I see the note in front of me. I think that we can hand over the microphone to you directly so you can ask your question. Now, I think that the question is directed to Mr. Van Berkel. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for that informative presentation, Mr. Van Berkel. I am with the Court of Rehabilitation, and I'm very much interested in corporate ESG. And I've listened to a lot of lectures, and now developing a lot of interest in the area of environment. And tomorrow, I understand that COP28 is going to commence in Dubai, and I think that this is one of the agenda items there. Now, if you look at advanced countries, in order to cope with climate change, I think that they do have some judiciary standards. And do you think that the same standards of advanced countries can also be applied to developing countries? That's my question, because COP basically believes that human resources and physical resources are lacking in developing countries to cope with climate change, and it has actually made commitments to raise funds to support that, but it's not it has not become a reality yet. So for developing countries, for businesses, and also governments, if there are any lawsuits, how are we to apply judicial standards? So that would be my question.
Thank you, Judge Hwang. Yeah. Now, the speakers will address the questions that have been raised so far. First, Professor Winter will answer the questions.
Yeah, thank you very much for these questions, which put me into a difficult position because they are so complicated to answer. First of all, Professor Park, your question was the reaction of the legal society to the judgment of the court. Well, it was a real surprise for the legal profession that the court decided as it did. And the reaction then was split. I would say there were three positions. One was a very principled one, saying that climate policy is a policy question, a political question, but nothing for judges. We discussed this already, what the response should be. Another group of lawyers struggled about the best doctrinal conception, positive obligation or negative obligation with this special version of establishing a negative obligation in view of future encroachments. So that was a struggle. You know that German professors of law and practitioners are very fond of doctrinal specificities. So there was a discussion about that. And third reaction is more international. I think the main message of this decision, which was taken by the public, was that the court very seriously pointed to the future of the present generation, very seriously asking for looking into the future and preventing the lockdown in the future, which will come if we don't reduce emissions drastically now. There was a second question by Professor Park, if there was widespread consensus in the public. Yes, there was. It was also a surprise that even industry, heavy industry, even reacted positively. And my idea is that the court used a kind of trick, a doctrinal trick. Had the court ruled that there was a positive obligation violated, I think the powerful lobbies would have said, well, you are going into the political arena, you are prescribing ways and means of the political branch to take. But they applied a negative structure, invoking freedom rights and looking at energy availability as a precondition of every freedom of action. By this, industry comes in. They all of a sudden realized our freedoms, right, our freedom of action of industrial activities will be jeopardized because we will not have energy anymore, and industry needs the energy. So that was, in a way, a doctrinal trick of the court to bring the powerful industries on board. Then the third question was how will the executive react to this new insistence on fundamental rights? This is a real problem now. Unfortunately, the Constitutional Court said that climate protection is not of fundamentally preponderant value. So there must be a weighing up of different interests. And administrative authorities take this as being empowered to take climate protection as one among many other public interests to be weighed up. And the Federal Administrative Court judgments I was mentioning on highway construction was already doing this, weighing up interest in transportation against the additional generation of greenhouse gases. And they gave priority to the interest in transportation. And I added, when I presented this, that I find this wrong. And there were contributions of the judges of the Constitutional Court which insisted what they meant was not simply a weighing up of climate protection against any other interest on equal food, but that the more we go into the crisis, the less emissions are possible, the more weighty climate protection becomes. So that is a guidance for administrative courts to apply, although the Constitutional Court itself did not go into the different measures which have to be taken. It nevertheless can be read to insist that any executive action or omission must take climate protection seriously. I think, Judge Lead, or also I took it from the written material, that you referred to my name and mentioned that I defend the principle of eco-proportionality. And I think we all know that climate protection is also a question of what one calls sufficiency. We cannot only look at new technologies, we also need to look at the personal conduct of human beings. And for that, we need, I think, kind of new anthropology of modern times. And this anthropology means that every individual has to put its own intentions into question. The intention to become rich, to travel, to eat meat, to buy huge houses, to heat, and so on. So the intentions need to be put into question, and if we have a legitimate intention, we still need to look at alternatives if we can satisfy the needs by taking that means which is less burdensome for nature and for the climate. So that relates eco-proportionality, I would call it, to the sufficiency requirement we are facing. And the sufficiency is unfortunately not very present in the international and national public discourses.
Thank you, Professor. And Professor Mary Wood, are you there? Are you still there? Oh, yeah. So Professor Mary Wood will answer the questions briefly.
Thank you. Professor asked whether the Montana decision would have an effect on other cases in the United States. The Montana decision was based on an explicit right to environment in the Montana Constitution. Only about half a dozen states in the United States have that kind of express constitutional protection. They're all based on the public trust, but that is why I emphasize to courts to not just write these opinions around an explicit constitutional provision, but to delve deeper into the fundamental premise of the public trust principle and fundamental rights to crucial resources, so that such an opinion would have a broader application, because we can't have a patchwork of 6 states having rights and nobody else having rights. So that was a very good question. I think that there's momentum from that opinion that does transcend to other states, and Hawaii will be next. It has a youth climate case that is scheduled for trial. And Justice Wilson explained that so well. The question from Judge Lee was similar. Would the German decision have an impact in the United States? And would the worsening climate situation have an impact? Yes. The United States judges, of course, this country is gripped by the fossil fuel industry. Justice Wilson really explained that so well. And so the courts are much more timid in this country. And I think some of this is finding the momentum where the judges can be emboldened in the United States to protect these rights. So yes, the German opinion will undoubtedly have a momentous effect on the climate cases in the United States. And the last point was that I would respond to is, it was made by Judge Lee, thinking that perhaps some of these solutions would put us back into the COVID era where nobody flew, nobody traveled, nobody went to restaurants. And I think that's an assumption that we really don't know about yet. The solution space has never materialized in a big way, at least not in the United States. It's one thing to create, as the German course in Netherlands did, create the goals, the appropriate goals. And I found those talks fascinating and very helpful. But it's another thing to take those goals and create system-wide effectuation of those goals. It means transforming energy, transportation, food, waste systems. And that is where actually the U.S. courts institutional litigation comes in helpful, because the courts create a solution space outside the manipulation of the fossil fuel industry. nobody's ever explored that solution space in a court of law. And so I think we will find Mark Jacobson's pathways to be very helpful. How do you actually decarbonize, and what does that entail? But it may not be returning to the COVID days, or maybe it would be without some of the disadvantages of COVID. There were a lot of disadvantages that COVID had apart from travel restrictions that were just virus related, of course. So thank you for those questions. It's been a real honor for me to participate.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. And before Mr. Van Welker answer, we have one more question from the floor. So, 박우경 연구위원님.
So we have researcher Park Woo-kyung. So would you like to ask the question? Yes, good afternoon. I am researcher. My name is Park. I do have a question to Mr. Dennis Van Berkel. First of all, I would like to thank you for your insightful presentation today. A few days ago, we had a environmental law meeting, and we watched a movie called Duty of Care. It was very insightful, and thank you very much for playing such a pivotal role, and also Shell decision. I think that gave hopes to many countries around the world. So after Shell decision, I was wondering if, according to the timeline, the implementations are being taking place. In France, I understand that there is some postponement of the timeline. So in order to guarantee the implementation of the decision, what is important?
Mr. Van Welker will answer the questions. Please answer briefly.
Yes, briefly. I think that will be difficult. There are so many good questions. Let me briefly start where Professor Wood ended, and that was in relation to Judge Lee's comment on what it entails to reduce emissions. And I want to, in that context, stress 2 points that I refer to in my comments. These global emission pathways of the IPCC, it's very important to understand that these are not pathways that are just picked out of, what should the reductions be if we want to achieve this temperature target. These pathways of the IPCC, what is in those models is the entire energy infrastructure of the whole world. So every coal-fired power plant is in this large computer mainframe put in this model, and then the IPCC scientists look, how can we decarbonize? How can we get to electric cars, solar panels, wind energy, and other forms of renewable energy? And those models show us that we can achieve 45% reduction by 2030 globally. That's what these models show. So and these models don't show us that we need to go into a COVID situation. The same with the model that I showed from the European Scientific Advisory Board. They model the actual society, and they don't model any crisis measures yet. So these are normal pathways that normal economies could follow. It's just a choice whether we want to do so. And Professor Geert Winter also gave I think a very striking example. As long as SUVs are allowed to enter the road, which are completely redundant, nobody needs an SUV. There's no reason that we have a human necessity for an SUV, right? It doesn't exist. We don't need them. We need to basically just forbid them. And these are all small measures that we can take that have nothing to do with COVID types of measures until the budget is depleted. We still have some time. If we wait for too long, yes, then there will be a lockdown. But at the moment right now, there is still time. Sorry, I had to make that point, and I understand it wasn't too brief, but I'll do my best. Do my best with the rest. Judge Lee also asked a question about the case against Shell and whether it will be won in other countries. This case against Shell was in the Netherlands, and it basically applied to duty of care that was established against the Dutch state to Shell as a company. What we do see around the world is that there is an increased scrutiny on companies to show that their business case is actually compatible with holding global temperatures under 1.5 degrees. And this is also coming through legislation and litigation. There are many of these statutes before legislators to force companies to show their business plans, basically, and what their business plans entail for their emissions. But there are also a number of cases before the court. But I think, thinking about the Shell case, I think we should also think about who's going to pay for the damage. We just heard from Hawaii, which is being threatened of being flooded, and a case against the oil majors in Hawaii. And this case of the damage that is already taking place and that will increase, and the question of who is going to pay for the damage is going to be increasingly big. Just a couple of months ago, 10,000 people died in Libya. 10,000. From a storm caused by climate change. That storm would have never occurred if it wasn't for climate change, and it was twice as strong as any conceivable storm that could ever have happened in the absence of climate change. 10,000 people died, and this is just the start. And the question is going to be asked, who is going to pay for the damage? And I think many of the eyes will be focused on the fossil fuel company because they have profited at the very least from this crisis, and in large part also caused it. Professor Park asked in relation to the fact that the Urgenda case had such a big impact around the world, and what were the important factors. And I think there were two important factors. The first is that in the Urgenda case, we only asked the court to apply the standards that were accepted by the government itself. We did not ask the court to determine what the danger level was. We told the court, and the government agreed, that the danger level at the time was 2 degrees. It's now 2.5 degrees. The government agreed that more needed to be done. It was just refusing to do more unless all other countries also did more. So, because we took the science that was accepted and the standards that were accepted by the state itself, and we presented those to the courts, that provided the base for the court to make a decision based on basically the rules that the government had set for itself, and only be consistent in its application. And I think the second factor is that it was a very clear judgment, and the different steps that the judge took just make sense. It doesn't make sense that it is okay to pollute as long as others pollute as well. It doesn't make sense. If you pollute, your responsibility for your own pollution. And that was the core of the judgment. It just made sense, and it inspired a lot of people around the world. There was a question in the back on how this litigation might be applied to developing countries, and also the expectations for COP28. I think with regards to developing countries, the first comment that I'll make is that the support to developing countries is increasingly becoming part of the cases that are being run before the developed countries, because they're not reducing their emissions on their own territory fast enough, which raises these obligations to help with emission reductions in other countries. I also think that this is one of the important pieces on the agenda of COP28, is where are we going to get the finance to help other countries that do not have the capability to reduce emissions, where it is going to come from. At the same time, yes, and this was also referred to, yes, it would be nice if we get international treaties that just, we can implement top-down, right? It would be nice if we get the international treaties, but this is the 28th COP, and for 27 times they didn't make it. Right? So we shouldn't expect any miracles coming out of the 28th COP. And the reason for that is that unanimity is asked, no decision can be taken without unanimity at the COP, and obviously there are some countries, especially in the Middle East, oil states that have no interest in going down with emissions fast enough. So we shouldn't wait for the COPs. We should look at our own legal systems and the tools that we have, and from the COPs we sometimes get guidelines that we can use to interpret our own national norms that can help start the decarbonization process. With regards to how legal norms can be applied in the developing world, what you're seeing is that court in what you can call the developing world, and a case by Professor Wood was mentioned in Pakistan and in Colombia, that decisions that are clearly moving a country on the fossil fuel development pathway, those can be closed off. And the reason for that is that actually the renewable energy pathway is already more cost efficient than the fossil fuel development pathway. The only reason why there is still a lot of investment in fossil fuel in developing countries is because of the large financial interests that the fossil fuel industry has, and that influence it uses towards creating this fossil fuel development. But if the same financial interest would be behind a renewable energy industry, we would already be long on this renewable energy trajectory, because actually per kilowatt hour renewable energy, especially in the global south, is already cheaper than fossil fuel energy. So I mean, it's not that this is an impossible task. The opportunities are there. And then the last the last question with regards to implementation of judgment. Yes, in France, there is subsequent litigation with regards to implementation of the judgment. We haven't had that, these types of implementation lawsuits in the Netherlands. And for instance, in Germany, we saw that the legislator, the week after the judgment, immediately increased the emission reduction target. If you look at the Netherlands, the most important factor in this was the emphasis that civil society, the media, and parliamentarians individually put on the importance of the rule of law. There were lots of debates, lots of opinion pieces in the newspapers, parliamentarians and actions that said, listen, this is what the court has said. And if we start ignoring the court, we have massive rule of law problems. These are the rules of the game. These are the rules of the game that we agreed upon. And therefore, if this is what the court has said, we need to follow the court. And the Dutch, and there has never been any real discussion in the Netherlands whether or not the state would in fact implement the judgment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will conclude the session 2, and but as you know, the COP28 is scheduled to take place in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, from tomorrow, on November 30th. However, it is reported that U.S. President Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping will not be attending this crucial event. Considering that China and the United States are among the largest carbon emitters, their lack of active participation suggests a passive approach to carbon emission reduction. What steps can be taken to change this trend is really important problem, I think. I express my sincere gratitude to all of our speakers for their informative and insightful contributions. And a special thank you to our engaged audience for your active participation. I trust that the discussions held during this session have enriched your understanding and broadened your knowledge of the climate crisis and judicial response. Let's show our appreciation with a resounding sound of applause for our speakers and panelists.
Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the second session. Now we will have 10-minute break and refreshment will be provided at the lobby. So we will resume at 4:55. Thank you. The panel discussion session will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence your phones. Once again, please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Thank you. 지금 해요, 그냥. The panel discussion session of the conference will begin shortly. I would like to now invite all panelists and the moderator of the panel discussion session up to the stage. Thank you. The panel discussion session will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence your phones. Once again, please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly.
Judicial Research and Training Institute. The Korean judicial system is recognized globally for its excellence. With the opening of the International Judicial Cooperation Center in 2013, JRTI has positioned itself as the hub of Korea's international judicial exchange, holding and participating in international judge training programs and conferences. Turning a public health emergency into an opportunity. JRTI successfully launched virtual projects with foreign judicial institutes worldwide during the pandemic.
(2024년) luncheon과 IOGH가 공동으로 개최하게 되었습니다.
Welcome back, everyone. Now we will commence panel discussion session. The special session will visit current state and the future direction of international judicial cooperation, commemorating the 10th anniversary of the International Judicial Cooperation Center of the JRTI. Our moderator for this session is Chief Professor Kim Sung-soo of the JRTI. He is also the Executive Director of the International Judicial Cooperation Center of the JRTI. Before he joined the JRTI, he served as presiding judge for Suwon High Court and Daejeon High Court. Now, I have the pleasure to leave the floor for our moderator. Chief Professor Kim, the floor is yours.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am Kim Sung-soo, Chief Professor at JRTI. And I am greatly honored to moderate the special roundtable discussion on the 10th anniversary of the international the IJCC. And let me now introduce you to our panelists for today. I do know that you may be very tired from your long travel, but we do have distinguished guests from abroad that joined us not only in the morning session, but also at this special session. We have President Benes Aldana from National Judicial College. A big round of applause, please. And we have Dean Paul Kwan from Singapore Judicial College. A big round of applause, please. Thank you very much. From the opening ceremony till now, we have another very important distinguished guest. We have Erden Shimeg Dashpunstag, Director of the Judicial Training Research and Information Institute of Mongolia. A big round of applause, please. Thank you very much for your participation. And for your information, the Mongolian Judicial Training Research and Information Institute and JRTI has been engaging in various exchange and cooperation projects. And I also would like to introduce you to two very important people that worked hard to prepare for the conference as well as to attend this discussion. We have Professor Kim Jung-tae, Professor in charge of JRTI. And we have the Director of International Affairs at the National Court Administration, Kim In-shil. Thank you very much for your participation. And I truly hope that our panelists can feel at home. It would be like a fireside chat. I hope that you can really feel at ease and really find it comfortable this session to engage in some candid discussions. As you are very well aware, JRTI, ever since its establishment in January 1971, has been conducting various international judicial cooperation projects. And it was 10 years back in May 2013, where in order to enhance our efficiency as well as our professionalism, we have established the International Judicial Cooperation Center, or IJCC. In celebration of the 10th anniversary of IJCC, we would like to look back on our past 10 years' achievement and also explore future development plans and also the way forward. So that's why we are holding this very special roundtable or panel discussion. So for the convenience of our discussions, we would like to first discuss the current state of international judicial cooperation, that is, achievements of our cooperation. and also go into the significance of holding the IOJT International Conference next year, and also on some of the long-term prospects for international judicial cooperation. So let us first go into the very first topic for discussion. Well, we have Professor in charge Kim Jung-tae from JRTI to give us an overall introduction on the achievements of the center.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As was introduced, I am Kim Jung-tae, professor in charge at JRTI. First of all, it's a great honor and pleasure of mine to explain to you international judicial cooperation, the status and achievements. Now, time is very limited, so I'm going to briefly touch upon the current status of international judicial cooperation, and together with the panel discussants seated here today, we do have some pictures that illustrates our happy and enjoyable memory. So I think that we can enjoy that. Now, if you can direct your attention to the slide, here is the status of international judicial cooperation. First of all, we had international conferences. And together with other institutions overseas, we've had joint conferences, and also we visited each other's institutions. First, I would like to explain to you international conferences that we have held. Starting from 2016, as you can see from the slide, till 2023, this year, we've had 6 different international conferences to look at where the judiciary stands today, and also to think about the future direction. So we've shared a lot of insights. As you can see, these were the topics that we've addressed. And here you can see some pictures on the left-hand side and also on the right-hand side. You can see 2019, the JRTI International Conference on the left. And here you can see in the picture the current president of JRTI also attending. And on the right-hand side, you can see the International Conference in 2021. Obviously, we are all wearing masks because of COVID-19. Next, I would like to share with you the judicial competency empowerment projects that we've had. So since the IJCC was established in 2013, we've had a lot of empowerment programs with overseas partners. In 2021, because of COVID-19, we've only had online training programs. So with Laos, PDR, and Mongolia, and also Uzbekistan in 2021-2022, we've had online training sessions. And here you can see some pictures. On the left-hand side, here you can see 2 people already seated on the table, on the stage. We have Professor Eun-sil Kim, and she was still with JRTI. Together with myself, we had a training program for Mongolian judges, and President Chim Ji is right there in the screen. And on the right-hand side, this year, we've had justices from Mongolia visiting us here at JRTI, and we talked about informatization and also digitization of judicial proceedings. So because we have guests from Mongolia, I've also included this picture for your reference. And next, we'll talk about some of the joint programs, training programs that we've had with overseas training institutes. From 2013 till 2022 and 2023, we've had international colloquiums and also joint webinars, seminars, and also Judicial Renaissance conferences, and also IOJT conference. You can see that we had many joint conferences and also webinars, and we will have many more opportunities going forward. Now, as you can see, we have some pictures of our activities. Here we have NJC President Aldana joining us in Korea, and also after the conclusion of International JRTI Renaissance in during our cultural excursion, we've had some pictures, and this is some personal pictures that I've had. So here we have FIT JT. So there are so many judges and professors and lawyers with last name Kim. So whenever I meet foreign guests, I tell them to just call me JT. So These are some of the personal pictures that I've had. So together with President Aldana, we have taken this picture at Gyeongbokgung Palace. And on the right-hand side, you can see Dean Paul Khan. And this is when we were attending the IJT conference. So it's been a year since we met, and I think that they all look very young, but I look much younger a year ago. That's very unfortunate. So finally, I would like to share with you the visits that we had from VIPs from overseas, starting from 2013 till this year. We had justices, chief justices, and also legal counselors and appeal court judges. They all visited us at JRTI, and I'm going to share with you some of the pictures of VIPs that visited us this year. On the left-hand side, you can see Chief Justice from the Philippines a few months ago. He paid us a visit at JRTI, and on the right-hand side, we've actually set up IJCC, and on the right-hand side, you can see Deputy Chief Justice from Uzbekistan. And with IJCC in the background, we've taken group pictures. So with that, I've shared with you the past track record, past achievements of the past 10 years of our experience. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chung Tae Kim, for that explanation. And I feel once again that we have done so many things over the past 10 years.
Next, I would like to invite President Benes Aldana of his thoughts. I'm sure that you can share with us some of your thoughts as you carried out some projects with JRTI. So any thoughts on the projects?
Thank you, Professor Kim. So first of all, I just want to say that this is, I believe, my third time being here at JRTI. So it feels like home. So thank you. In 2019, we signed an MOU with JRTI, and it's been a great relationship. And it's been more than just a partnership in collaborating and putting on judicial education, but it's been a true friendship. And one of those significant events was last year here when we held our Judicial Renaissance in partnership with JRTI. JT was in charge with Professor Yunsel. And it was an amazing course. All our judges came away. That's them right there in the picture right here. Amazing course. And just briefly tell you about the course. So the course is really nothing specifically to do with the law, although there's some intersection with justice and what the concept of justice is. And one of the more memorable experience last year was learning about King Sejong and his idea of justice, and also touring, obviously, the palace and learning about the culture of Korea and the influence of entertainment industry. But that is all about educating judges, understanding the human conditions, the current way that people interact, the way they live. And so aside from gaining knowledge, it's also really important for judges to understand things that may not necessarily come across their way, so that they do have an idea what human experience is about. So that's the purpose of Judicial Renaissance, and I thank JRTI for the amazing experience last year for the Judicial Renaissance. And this past fall, our Judicial Renaissance course was in Athens, and that was also a great experience. And next year it will be in Lisbon, Portugal. So I invite President Kwan and JRTI. Hopefully you'll be able to join us in Lisbon. But beyond that, we've worked with JRTI in a number of courses, from putting on courses on small claims, judicial ethics, mindfulness, motion in limine, motion to suppress, discovery obligations in criminal procedure, search and seizure in digital evidence, civil mediation, communication, perception of bias and fairness, microaggressions, socioeconomics, gender in the brain, sentencing, tough cases. So a number of different subjects, and we hope to continue to work with JRTI in putting some of these programs. But one of the questions I think posed to the panelists was the current and future state of international judicial cooperation in terms of judicial education. And I think the two topics that were addressed today, climate science and AI, I think are two key big global challenges that's going to poise growth in terms of our international judicial cooperation. But there are other topics as well, from human rights and international law, cross-border commercial disputes and arbitration, challenges in sovereignty and jurisdiction, and as well as other digital technology issues that involve cybercrime, cybersecurity, data protection. So there's a number of things that we can work on in terms of judicial education and cooperation. And I know that JRTI will be a great host next year, or this year. No, I'm sorry, in 2024 for the IOJT conference. So again, congratulations to IJCC for your 10 years of making the world a more just place. Thank you.
Thank you very much for acknowledging the achievements that we were able to attain over the past 10 years. Now, Dean Paul Kwan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I'm very delighted to come back to the stage again. Chief Professor Kim, I will take your invitation seriously when you say that this will be a fireside chat among friends, because I am among friends, and some of the closest friends that I have are on this stage together with me. I just want to sort of outline the bonds of collaboration that our college has shared with JRTI over the years. And that bond actually stretches across the college and JRTI, our two Supreme Courts, as well as our connections via IOJT. It also stretches across 3 memoranda of understanding and over the tenure of 4 JRTI presidents and 2 directors of the International Cooperation Center, and all of whom we still maintain very, very close ties and relationships with. So, you know, because of the very, very kind and generous invitation of the JRTI, we have attended your international conferences on 3 separate occasions. We have also had the opportunity during COVID. You know, COVID couldn't stop the two of us, and we've also organized an online joint seminar on pedagogy with the JRTI despite the pandemic. And as soon as travel bans lifted, I assured former JRTI President Kim that we will make a trip to Seoul, but he beat me to it. So he visited us first in May 2023 and brought along a delegation to call on the SJC. And that very close bond and ties actually formed the basis for further collaboration between our 2 Supreme Courts. And in the year 2020, our 2 Supreme Courts actually entered into a memorandum of understanding. And I'm not ashamed to say that we were the basis for that to happen. So it sort of shows you how important it is for judicial institutes to get together, because we are the intermediaries for our judiciaries. And you can see magic happens when our colleges, our institutes, have very, very strong ties and bonds. And I shall have more to say about that a little bit later on. Last year was really a watershed year, I think. We actually signed a fresh MOU under former JRTI President Kim's tenure. And early this year, we handed over our IOJT regional deputy presidency of Asia and Pacific to Korea. So let me tell you the inside story, since I'm part of the board. Today I'm revealing all the secrets. So when Director Kim Eun-sil, she warned me not to mention her name on stage, but I say no go. I gave you a free pass just now, but now I have to mention your name. So when her name was floated for consideration at the IOJT leadership, Singapore strongly endorsed her as the next regional deputy presidency. It was important for Singapore to see a respected and beloved friend join the ranks of the leadership of the IOJT together with us, because I think that Asia can really, really make a difference. So it was important for us to see that the JRTI also joined us at the leadership ranks of the IOJT. And so we strongly endorsed Director Kim's name for consideration. And as you have heard, former President Kim also led a delegation to the IOJT conference in Ottawa last year. And we made sure that we were by his side to meet with the entire IOJT family as well as the IOJT leadership. We made sure that we were with him every step of the way. And then came, Director Kim's elections during the not board meeting, but the general meeting of the IOJT. Is very, very exciting and very, very nerve-wracking for us because she was not there. And you must understand this. It is a very, very big deal because the IOJT family would ask questions, right? Especially when they cannot see the person. I mean, when there is a candidate, when there's a live candidate who is up for elections, they would ask someone to introduce, and they would say, I don't know this person. I'm not going to elect this person, right? So you could imagine the uphill task that we faced because Director Kim was not there, But we managed to speak up for her very, very strongly for her being elected as the new regional deputy president. And we succeeded. And I do believe she is among the few, if not the first, deputy president to be elected in absentia. So we were all over the moon, and we really celebrated. And of course, she then moved to greener pastures. And when her successor, Professor Kim Jae-yong was identified, we also spoke very, very strongly in support of Professor Kim. And she later became the new deputy regional president. So we are really, really delighted that JRTI is now with us in the leadership ranks of the IOJT. I've mentioned this before to several generations of the JRTI leadership. I think collaboration, cooperation, even partnership, even friendship, doesn't even begin to describe what we have, the precious bond that we have with JRTI. And I think I've mentioned this to past generations, including the current generation of the JRTI leadership. I think the right word to use is family. Family. I think JRTI is like a family to the SJC. And I think it is important to emphasize this on your 10th anniversary of your International Cooperation Center. And may I take this opportunity to reassure you that you can always, always count on us as you make confident strides ahead because that is what family is for. They are there for you every step of the way, and we will be there with you every step of the way. So thank you very much.
네, 준용 말씀 고맙습니다.
Yes, thank you very much for those invaluable words. So yes, without further ado, we would like to move on to the next topic. As was mentioned by Dean Paul Kwan and President Aldana, I do now want to move on to the 2024 IOJT International Conference. And I do know that Professor in charge Kim Jung-tae will be giving us some information on the background behind the hosting of the IOJT. Yes, let me give you an overview on the IOJT International Conference and the meaning behind this event. I've prepared a PowerPoint, some PowerPoint slides to better your understanding.
예, PPT 준비가
Are the slides ready?
이렇게 복습을 시켜드려서 죄송합니다.
My apologies. This will be a recap. So let me give you some information on the background behind the hosting of this conference and the meaning. So it was August of 2022 where Korea, as the first Northeast Asian country, has been selected to host the 2024 International Conference. And in Canada, Ottawa, in October 29 to November 6, 2022, JRTI participated in the 10th IOJT International Conference, and the president of JRTI has officially given his acceptance speech. And the meaning behind this conference, we hope that through this conference, we will offer some international training opportunities for our judges and also provide a broader scope in terms of our support. And not only that, in Korea and around the world, we want to, of course, raise the prominence of the judiciary branch of Korea. And the first time amongst the East Asian country, as mentioned, we would be the first. So that also carries significant meaning. And after the conference, so through strengthened networking, we aspire to provide various international training opportunities as well as exchange programs. We do have a couple of pictures that we would like to share with you. So you can see that we've had these promotional booths, and you can see that we had many souvenirs, booklets, and we've actually printed about 200 booklets, and this was all shared with our participants. And you see here the General Assembly where we took part. And what you see here is, as was mentioned by Dean Paul Kwan, it was a very nervous moment where we had Eun-shil Kim, the director, being appointed at this very important seat. You can see that I was the only one smiling. Everybody seemed quite tense. And then the next picture that you see here, we have Adol Kent, the new IOJT chair in blue. Adol Kent, and then the person to her right. We also have the judge from Canada, and at the AI session in the morning, we had presiding Judge Oh talking about tennis, and I really like to play tennis, and you can see that this judge looks like Roger Federer, and I thought he very much resembled the tennis player, and we got closer, and during luncheon, of course, it's very important to engage in networking with the chairs. So yes, we had a very good luncheon session with all of these distinguished guests. Yes, thank you very much for that presentation. And I would also like to invite Director Kim Eun-shil for her words.
감사드립니다.
Yes, thank you very much.
Cooperative and collaborative efforts of the IOJT conference. I do want to mention my connection with the IOJT. The JRTI began its membership back in 2018, and I was closely involved with that process. And I was privileged enough to serve as the Asia Pacific IOJT Regional Deputy President, as Paul went through in detail more than I expected. But I'm sure that he spoke well of me, and I was privileged enough to serve as the Deputy President. After the IOJT, the JRTI joined IOJT as a member, I can confidently say that JRTI stood up to its role as the principal judicial institute of the Asian Pacific region. I'm very proud to say that as well. For those of you who are not familiar with the NCA, I do want to briefly mention the NCA, and it's an organization separated from the Supreme Court of Korea, but its main function is to make policy decisions and also administrative decisions as well. And there are other departments that are not listed here in the chart, but there are around 800 members, or personnel rather, working at the NCA. The international department of the NCA is under the Planning and Coordination Office and has 19 staff members. And we recognize that IOJT conference is one of the most significant international events that will be held next year, and we are very ready and have taken note of that as well. And before I mention the 3 key words that I have listed here on the next slide, the Korean Judiciary, including the JRTI and the NCA, we share the same goal, and it's to warmly welcome our foreign guests and also to successfully host the IOJT conference. I myself have previously participated in the IOJT conference myself, and I know that this is a collaborative effort among the multiple entities that are involved. It's the hosting countries' Judicial Institute, the hosting countries, sometimes the Supreme Court and the government as well, and not to mention the IOJT itself. So without a doubt, a collaborative effort, but we have one goal in mind. And since this is the month of November, we have exactly 12 months to go till the next IOJT is held. And I have counted the days, and there are 340 days left as of today till the conference. And I'm very excited to say. And of course, this is a tremendous opportunity to speak on the future of international cooperation. And the 3 key words I have listed here related to the IOJT conference and the NCA is, first, the committee. We have taken the initiative to form a steering committee already, but I believe that it will be necessary for us to designate responsibilities among the steering committee members, and also perhaps recruit more members if necessary. And secondly, I want to mention the communication channel that we must keep open, and also to effectively and efficiently communicate between the JRTI and the NCA and the Korean Judiciary and the IOJT as well. And I know the experience of NJI of Canada last year, and there were other issues that must be managed. For instance, the accommodation, the visas, the venue, and so on. So we look forward to working with the JRTI on this as well. And perhaps the most essential issue that I must go on with is collaboration, and the JRTI and NCA will work together on the session materials, and I know that the presentation proposals will start soon, and once the proposals are in, we have the Judicial Policy Office within the NCA that can make suggestions if necessary regarding the programs. And in terms of financing, the NCA is delighted that we have successfully secured a separate budget for the IOJT itself, and I'm sure that it will help in hosting the conference as well. So lastly, from my experience, I know that planning and organizing events, there's a lot of work that must be done. And this is a meaningful and significant and an honor to host the IOJT. And so the Supreme Court of Korea is happy to work with the JRTI and the IOJT to host the 2024 conference. And thank you for listening, and we hope that the IOJT will be an opportunity to continue international cooperation among judiciary worldwide, and hope that Korea can become a true K-hub of international cooperation. Thank you.
네, 김원실 주무관님 고맙습니다.
Yes, thank you very much for those words. So that was the Director of International Affairs of the National Court Administration, Unishil Kim. And we have high expectations for you as well when we ask for your active support and interest. In lieu of time, we would like to save some time in terms of our comments. We do ask for your understanding. One of the topics that we wanted to cover, of course, there were some more that we did want to cover. However, in lieu of time, we'll have to move on to the next topic, and which would be the most important topic of the day. And in terms of engaging in cooperation projects going forward, there would be some values, goals that we do need to achieve, and also some ways to actually achieve these goals. So first, I would like to ask President Benes Aldana, what should JRTI do? What should we pursue in carrying out international judicial cooperation projects? Are there specific values or maybe some tips or advice that you can give us in terms of us implementing these cooperation projects?
So first of all, on the IOJT, I think this is an opportunity for JRTI to really shine, and I know you shine already in my heart and my mind. So, but it's another opportunity to shine, and so JC is committed to helping what we can to support the event. We will send a strong delegation, and we will submit some proposals. So you can count on us to support you in many ways. But in terms of, and I think in that convening, JRTI can play a role in prioritizing perhaps some of the major challenges as we've discussed. I think AI and climate science are two issues, probably will be some programmatic topic at IOJT. But I think if you have an opportunity to convene judicial educators from around the world, and I know in the past we've developed ways on how we can effectively educate judges, but maybe prioritizing some of the big topics that we can all cooperate in ensuring education. And as discussed this morning, AI is one of those topics. Other topics that are important, at least in the United States, is helping the judiciary articulate its role in helping to preserve democracy, judicial independence. It's been brought up that public trust and confidence is important in keeping the legitimacy of the courts. And in the United States, we have those threats. And I know I've spoken about this in the past. And so, again, GRTI having an opportunity to convene and gather all these judicial education institutions can maybe help brainstorm or figure out some ways that we can be effective in making sure that the judiciary becomes part of the solution in a way that also discharge their obligation in improving the administration of justice. So.
네, 베네스 알다나.
Thank you, President Aldana. So thank you again for that valuable advice, and we will definitely take that into consideration as we pursue future projects. Next, because of time constraint, I would like to invite Director Elden Chimek Dashpanchak from Mongolia and ask her to share with us her advice with regard to the things that we need to watch out for when it comes to seeking international judicial cooperation, or if you have any other good proposals with regard to the future projects of JRTI, we'll be more than happy to listen. Please, Director.
It is both great pleasure and honor to be part of the 6th International Conference hosted by the Judicial Research and Training Institute, which is dedicated to exploring legal issues arising from technological advancements, climate change, and future judicial strategies. I extend my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to participate in this distinguished event today. My sincere gratitude goes to the President, Mr. Kwon, and the other dedicated organizing members whose efforts have made this event possible. Additionally, I would like to extend heartfelt congratulations on the 10th anniversary of the International Judicial Cooperation Center of the JRTI. The collaboration between Mongolian and Korean judiciary boasts over 2 decades of valuable experience. Once again, I'm truly honored to join you in celebrating this achievement. You can see from here, our collaboration started from the 2023, and until today we are collaborating, but maybe it stopped during the pandemic year. But after re-establishing our institute, it started again. We signed the MIU with the institute, and it's still going. And thank you again. I wish to begin with a brief introduction of the Mongolian Judicial Training Institute. According to the article 24 of the Law on Courts, Judicial Training and Research Information Institute re-established near the Supreme Court in 2021. There are 3 centers within the institute. These 3 centers together would form a comprehensive judicial institute addressing educational skill building and research aspects crucial for the effective functioning of modern judiciary. Each center contributes to the overall goal of enhancing the capabilities of judges and legal professionals. Regarding international judicial networking, the growing significance of collaboration among judicial institutes is evident in our ever-expanding global and interconnected legal system. I wish to convey my appreciation for the role played by the JRT in advancing judicial cooperation, thereby contributing to the fortification of judicial systems in developing nations. This endeavor not only promotes the rule of law, but also strives towards enhancing access to justice for all. Our institutes became member of the IOGT in 2022. Justice Paul opened the way to become member of the IOGT. That's why I would like to express my gratitude to Justice Paul also. And after re-establishing our institute, our first foreign relation connected with the Singaporean Judicial College, we signed the first MIU in 2022. Addressing the challenges faced by the developing country courts such as case backlogs, inadequately trained staff, and lack of modern office and administrative technology requires multi-approach. And the current state of judicial institutes cooperation varies across different jurisdictions and regions. They play a crucial role in ensuring the professional development and continuous learning of judges, as well as promoting rule of law. Collaboration between judicial institutes often take place through training, workshops, conferences, and sharing of best practices. But as for the future cooperation, I wish to address following comments that may impact the role of judicial institutes. Need to develop and implement international training programs that focus not only on legal knowledge, but also on practical skills and use of advanced technology. Training needs are various across different jurisdictions and regions. Therefore, developing and implementing international training programs that focus on specific needs of developing countries is important. For example, in Mongolian context, we need to adapt our training curriculum to equip judges with necessary skills to navigate these emerging technologies. The second, mentorship programs. Establishing mentorship programs where judges and legal professionals from well-established judiciaries mentor their counterparts in developing countries. This can help in transferring knowledge, sharing experiences, and providing guidance on improved judicial processes. We are in Mongolia in the process of establishing a mentorship program between local judges, and feedback has been greatly positive. The exchange of knowledge from judge to judge is not only convenient, but also crucial for professional development. Also, research and data sharing is important. Promote collaborative research initiatives that focus on identifying effective solutions to common challenges faced by judicial globally. Facilitate the sharing of data and research findings to inform evidence-based policy making and judicial reforms. With increase in interconnected legal system, fostering greater international cooperation between judicial institutes becoming increasingly important. Moreover, need to harmonize legal principles and exchange knowledge on cross-border legal issues can greatly benefit from collaboration between judicial institutes on global scale. Moreover, need to harmonize legal principles and exchange knowledge on cross-border legal issues may become more crucial, such as money laundering and corruption crimes, etc. For example, implement and strengthen anti-corruption measures within the judicial system to maintain public trust and confidence is important for developing countries. By sharing best practices, information exchange, and promoting dialogue among judicial institutions worldwide, we can work towards a more cohesive and effective legal system. Certainly, enhancing public awareness about the importance of international judicial cooperation is also an important issue, I think. Overall, the future of judiciary will likely involve leveraging technology, embracing international cooperation, and adapting to the changing needs of the judges. Thank you for your attention.
소중한 말씀 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for those invaluable words. We will make sure to lend a serious ear to all of your comments in our projects going forward. Thank you. In lieu of time, unfortunately, we won't be able to cover further ground. And I do want to extend my gratitude to all of our discussants today for their encouragement, their support in the IJCC of JRTI. Thank you very much for really providing us with the right desirable direction. And I really hope that you can fill your eyes and hearts with the beautiful scenery of Korea and the mood of the wonderful late autumn season. I hope you bring back wonderful memories. And I would also like to extend my gratitude to all of our members of the audience for their patience. Thank you very much, judges, for being with us till the very end. Through various exchange and cooperative efforts, we will make sure that Korea's judicial training program gains prominence and disseminates across the world. And with that, let me now give the floor to Professor Taeyoung Kim. Thank you.
For this session, we have revisited and broadened our understanding of the present and the future of international judicial cooperation going forward. Thank you for the insightful discussion and active participation. Please join me thanking the panelists once more. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of 2023 JRTI International Conference. On behalf of the JRTI, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all of the moderators, speakers, panelists, and participants for sharing your expertise with us today. Thank you very much.